According to Lindsay, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chats on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. She started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and no worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lived, according to Lived, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cuppa or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie.
Hello everyone. Right, I'm going to stop that there. No more music. Because you know why? Lisa Dodson's just come in and said she's formed an opinion. Oh my God. You know what? Let's hear it, Lise. I wish you'd come up on this panel and tell us what your opinion is. Go on, Gail, go for it. We want to know. Let's all listen intently. Come on, Lise. Let's hear it. Hiya, Mel. Don't want to talk loud. Don't want to interrupt Lisa. Lisa, will you hurry up? I'm having a nervous breakdown trying to listen. I know I can't listen, but you know what I mean. I'll have to read it. Listen, what do you think of the thumbnail I made? I made up with it, true crime cases with Lenny and Maggie and all the people that we've covered on it. Misty said, Lisa, I'm so glad you found your place here. I love these guys so much. We are a big happy family now. Yeah. Yeah, Misty's been here. How long have we been here, Misty? 2 weeks now. Yeah. She found us. Did you find us in this case? Or was it another case? Can't remember. Feels like you've been with us forever. Okay, so Lisa said, I woke up early today with a hunch that this jury is going to hang. Oh, do you think, Lisa? So tell me what that means. A hung jury. Oh God, I did know what a hung jury was and I forgot it. Misty said, I think so too, Lisa. I think maybe a mistrial or a hung jury. Tell me what a hung jury is, please, Mist. I'm just thinking more and more and more. If she really did go out of her way to plan this murder, like in the right mind, she'd have given herself more than 12 minutes. She would have had him going somewhere miles away. She could have easily said anything. Why would she only give herself 12 minutes to kill a family and herself? Do you know what I mean? So that's making me think now, because that was making me think she was in her right mind. But now it's making me think now, there's no one will plan a murder and get him away and no one he'd be back in 12 minutes. It's not, to kill three kids and herself. So no, she definitely wasn't in her right mind. So I'm thinking she was definitely, she's not guilty of killing them in, meaning to. So let's see. Let's scroll up. Hang on a minute, girls. Let's see where I am. Charlotte said, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Miss Tweedy. Hope you're okay and thanks for coming in. Oh, Lisa said, it means no verdict. So what happens then? If there's no verdict, does she go free? I don't understand it. Tell me. Charlotte said, it's confusing. Do possibly a hung jury. They can't come to agree to guilty or not guilty, Melly said. Gemma stayed home again. She's going to get the sack, but I made up Gemma. So, all right, they can't come to a decision yet. Okay, I'm on it now. So what will happen today then in that case if that happens? Now, I know I'm a bit thick, but they wouldn't go and get another jury, would they? But what would she be set free? Let me know. Roasting outside. Roasting. I'm working from home, all good. Oh, thank God, you're not going to get the sack or nothing, Jem. Thank God. All good. All good, girl. Yeah, so tell me what will happen to her. Let me get this off the screen, just in case I'm yapping. And I don't see, I will hear them though, won't I? So, I don't even know where it is. So I don't know whether you've seen Leanie's post. I put a few pictures up for the birthday. This is one of them. Happy birthday to the egg to my chips, Leanie. Have a fabulous day, girl, from all your friends over at ATL. So let me take that off. I need to get the cake ready, don't I? I'm talking to myself here, sorry. I'll put this off for a minute because she'll be coming in. She better come in after all this. Can't find the Bertie. Where's the Bertie gone? Oh my god. We had a happy Bertie picture that we put up for everyone whose birthday it is. Oh, there he is. Okay, so it won't be showing over the course. And I don't even know where that is. I'm talking to myself. Ignore me, girls. Ignore me. Hello, Mr. Clary. Thanks for coming in. It's good to see you. Lisa Dodson's got a theory on this case, Alex. She thinks it might be a hung jury. I want birthday cake. Do you know I hate birthday cake? It's too sweet. I can't stand it, Lisa. You ever had the one from Costco? Oh, it's too big, right, and it's dead sweet. I can't stand it. It's great if you've got a load of people to give it out to, but I don't like it. I think it's horrible. I'd rather have gasso or a cheesecake. Do you know what? My glasses I had on yesterday, right, were all scratched to death, so we had to change them. So I only buy the cheap ones, you know, the magnifier ones. And I went up to a 3, and these are only 2.5 I've got on. Because I bought these ages ago and I buy loads of them. And they're all fucking 2.5 and I need a 3. But I can tell the difference in one eye in this. I must have gone worse. Costco carrot cake is lush. Is it, Charlotte? I've never had it. Oh, I might try that. I don't like sweets either. Viennese for me. Ice cream. Oh, I like Viennese ice cream. I've had that a few times over the past couple of months. When I have my cheat day of a Saturday, I have a little Viennese. Not to myself, like, I wish. But I could eat it to myself, being honest with you. I could eat it to myself. Definitely. It's dead late, isn't it? Hang on a minute. Hang on. Oh, wait. Did not jump to the laptop. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Hold on. Johnny. It's like 30 degrees outside, right? And I'm 31. And my feet are freezing. I've just covered them with a blanket because I've got them up on the puffy with the little desk thing over my knee to stop the laptop going on fire because it gets roasted. And I've just covered my feet. My husband just looked at me as if to say, "Are you full shilling? Are you with us?" Because it's absolutely roasted. Or mint choc chip, cornetto, but the cheap ones, Asda's own or whoever's own. Yeah, when I go away, I always get a choc chip mint ice cream. And we go along by the beach and eat it. And I love it when it melts. You know, when I get a cornetto, I hate, you get it out the box and it's in that silver wrapping, isn't it? Well, I just put it on the side and leave it there for about 5 minutes. I can't stand hard ice cream. So then when I take the wrapper off and it's all gooey inside the corner, my mouth's watering. I feel like one right now. Mint Feast. Oh, yeah. What's the one? Is that the Mint Feast that you bite and it's got the chocolate inside? Like you bite all the outer one and it's got a little mini one inside. I do that. I love it. And when I have a Kit Kat, I eat all the chocolate. I'm covered in fucking chocolate all over my fingers. I eat all the chocolate all off the wafer. I have the Tesco ones in my freezer. You're putting ideas in my head now. I've got Iceland ones in mine, but it'll be dead good till Saturday, and I have one. I have to fight my sweet tooth every day. You know what, Lisa? I'd rather have savoury than anything else. But because I'm being dead good, I like to have a sweet that I can suck for ages. Do you know what I mean? I'm on calcium. I'm on calcium tablets, and I can't wait to get one in my fucking mouth every morning and every night. Supposed to be on 4, but I won't take them. I think they're overdosing me. I really do. I've never known anyone on 4 calcium tablets a day. No, I haven't. My mother was worse than me. She was only on one in the morning and one in the night, and I've said, this isn't the right. So I looked it up, and it says it is. It does seem a bit like excessive, like, but found the chemist. She went, well, if your doctor's put you on that. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. But I only take one in the morning, one in the night. I'm not taking no chances. So anyway, I like this chocoholic. Hello, John. Good to see you. How are you, love? Thanks for coming in. Gemma, get your feast on, lol, Alex said. Nobody's caught and never on time, are they? They normally start round about now. Let's see. What do we reckon's going to be talked about today? Do you think it's still going to be this medication? Lisa said we have those Pepperidge Farm cakes in the freezer. Icebox cakes, nice and cool, fresh berries. Oh, something like the toast of that at least. Fresh. I'm not eating the fresh berries. I'd have to take the berries off it. It's just who I am. I'm the absolute fussiest person you'll ever meet when it comes to food. Here we go, Gail.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody at sidebar, please.
So why can't we be in on the schedule? Hey, why can't we be in on the schedule? What's wrong with that? I don't understand this. Every morning they put this on and then take it off. Why don't they just do what they've got to do and then put it on? So what's today's schedule? We're not going to find out by the looks of it. Are they going to have that woman again? She looked like she'd been dug up. God forgive me, but she did. I think it was how she felt on that seat, being there that long. Maybe one of their trips are planned. To go where? Where to, Jem? How long? Well, I don't think this was going to go on long, to be honest with you, Charlie. But I don't know. I like the judge as well. How long do we think this trial's going to go on? So we're in our second week now. I'm sure I looked it up, and someone said it could go on for 6 weeks. Never heard the judge say hello to Lindsay before. I know, that's what's making me think. Is she going to be saying something today, and that's why they're not letting us hear? What do you think? Oh, hello, Dolores. Welcome in. Didn't know that was your comments. Thanks for coming in, Gail. So, yeah, I've never heard him addressing her before. So I wonder what's going on there. I thought she was going to get up and say something when she was sworn in last week. I still don't understand. I keep saying that all the time, but I don't understand why she was sworn in if she's not talking. I thought you'd only sworn in if you're going to be speaking. Well, why was she still sworn in, Liz? Remember, she put her hands up and all that and did it all. I heard it's going to be between Melly. Oh, so this makes me think we're going to be on these medication then for the next week. Dolores said, being here, couldn't get messages to work. I was like that the other day. Every time I was clicking send, nothing was happening. Misty said, yeah, I think that's what they said about 6 weeks ago. Oh, God. So we've got another 4 weeks of this. Well, I'm going to be on holiday. So Lainey's going to have to get up and do it. With a bit of luck, them tablets will have worked and she won't be crashing. Has he? Oh, Melly, I've never even heard him saying good morning to her. And then the camera going on it. Honest to God, I haven't. See, I miss so much. If I'm gabbing or typing, I miss so much. That's why I love it when I see the chat all moving and I can sit back and listen. Lisa said, I think that was when they had the stipulation early in the trial. She swore that she agreed with her attorney. Oh, okay. She agreed with what her attorney was proposing. Thanks, Lisa. Charlotte said, right, I'm comfy. Drink, snacks, headphones. She's all set. Get your feet up though, Charlotte, as well. Misty said, has he, Melly Joe? I must have not been listening. I know, see? Here's Lunchy in the house. Good morning, Lunchy. First day of school. My boss lady is back for the next 180 days. Lol. Is that how is you having the baby now, Lunchy? Is it 2 days a week you're having it? Or you'd have 2 days off? I'm sorry, I forgot. Tell me dead quick before anything happens, Lunchy. How's JB? What's the latest? Dolores, we'll all be nuts in another 4 weeks. Gemma said she did speak the other day to confirm. Oh, it's gone. To confirm she didn't want to recover certain aspects repeatedly. Oh, okay. So we said it every day, we just haven't heard. So I'm going to listen tomorrow. Hello, Adrian. Thanks for coming in. I can't even see you, but I can see everyone saying hello to you. Lunchy said I didn't talk to her yesterday. She's still in the hospital. Aww, but getting much better. I hope so. So not had a bit of a tough deal this time, hasn't she? I think it just gets so much harder as you get older, Lunchy. I really do. Even 5 years, older than you were, just makes that hell of a difference. It makes it so much harder to get over things. Misty's throwing the jewels in chat. Technical difficulties are the worst. I have one every day on here. Every day. Oh, what's going on with these? Hey. So, Lunchy, have you got the baby today? I think we're all turning a blind eye to housework. Oh my God. I can't remember. Well, I picked the cloth up yesterday. I've got a rack of washing dried right in front of me that needs putting away, and I haven't done it. We've got the Murdoch case starting down here. Well, Leonie was saying something about that, about covering that. I'm not I don't know all the details on that. I've only heard and looked at a bit of that, so I think that'd be one for Leonie. She'd have to be to do that because I wouldn't be able to take over. I haven't got a clue about it, and it's too long to go in and catch up. I don't know what it is. It's never it's something I've never caught my eye. When certain cases catch your eye and you want to catch up on it and see what the hell happened. Like this, what happened? Where am I? Yes, and she's an absolute doll. Don't we know it? Don't we know it? She's a beautiful little baby. Little 11s. She frowns at you girls and she shows her 11s. Does it still show when she frowns, won't she? Where are they? Oh, good grief, you're in Georgia. Can't believe he's getting a retrial. Old money talks. Do you know what? This is the way to go now. They're all getting, here we go. They're all going to agree
So we're set to the jury at this point.
to avoid all the horrible details in court. Right, I'm going to listen now.
You still have the driver in the DVD?
Yeah.
It might be in it.
I don't think I made that mistake.
Oh, the dad shaking his head.
All right, George Andrew.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right. So we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to that we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to the schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Daniel Lawler to the stand, please.
Morning, sir. One second, stop right there. Raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler.
And where are you employed?
With the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay, and were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police?
Yes.
And the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those two units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay. All right.
As far as, Sergeant Lola, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. Showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at Social Hospital?
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle.
Yes.
And it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
225.
All right, thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property?
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detectives Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So In this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point, after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
So, Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you can take a look at them so they look familiar to you.
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle?
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No.
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
It could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well?
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police?
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching on a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door?
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Were you assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
That would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Yeah. In your experience?
Yes.
Okay. Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. I mean, if there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yep. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located, and then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but the crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement, or the finished basement, that there was an area that was an office or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were two of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
From the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date.
Right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
right,
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your dad, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
Right.
up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order, and that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So I mean, it's just you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Objection. Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
Okay. Lainey, are you there? Lainey, get to the mic. Lainey, where are you? Where are you, Lee? She's here, guys.
Maggie, the dogs almost killed me. You almost killed me. Everybody almost killed me.
Happy birthday to you.
To me.
Birthday to you.
To me.
Birthday, dearest Leanie.
Leanie.
Happy birthday to you. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hey! All the girls and the guys are all saying happy birthday. We've all been waiting for you.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. I actually was sitting there. I was out. You almost killed me. I was out in the garage with the dogs, of course, around me because I've got Velcro dogs. And I hear that they're going to go to sidebar. And so I knew we were going to talk, and I jumped up and the dogs all jumped up, and then I couldn't get out of the way. I almost fell on the floor. It was a whole thing. It was probably really funny. But anyways, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at all our friends. Holy Hannah. Thank you guys so much. That means so much to me. Thank you.
See, everyone loves you. And you know what? I put a schedule on last night for your Bertie to get your Bertie pictures that are posted to get there at 8:30 this morning. So I couldn't wait. When I looked, I went, oh my fucking God, they're not there. And it's 1:30. So we had to throw them on quick. I've done it all wrongly. But I hope you've seen them.
I did see them. Actually, I was looking at those just now. And I don't know which one I love the most. Either the one where you're my little gnome. And
sitting on the fireplace.
Sitting on the fireplace. And my love, King Chuck, is right there next to me, and all of the animals.
And kangaroo slippers.
And I got my
Mute's looking up at me.
Yeah, Newt
looking
is.
up at me. And Wednesday's playing with the ear of the kangaroo.
I love it. And then, of course, the one of us on the phone, me smoking and you almost smoking.
I should have put it up here and showed them, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you can do that. That's fine.
I'll have to do
Thank
it now. You
y'all.
can talk while I bring it up. Go on, Lee.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I brought in my birthday for the first time ever with all of my mods, and it wasn't even on purpose, but mostly everybody was there, and
I was
y'all
there. I'm knackered.
yeah,
I've listened all night. I couldn't speak because Alec was asleep in bed.
I know everybody was there. It's, there's a few missing, and nobody turned it. Nobody thought they weren't doing it because it was my birthday. It's just that I happened to sign in, and um, everybody was talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. I mean,
I know,
they
it was
had
great.
court documents up. Y'all, when I tell you that on the side we're somebody's always working these cases. I'm telling you, it is true. And it's not because we have to or that we're trying to be impressive to anybody. We're genuinely like caught in this ball of true crime and of certain cases that, I mean, it just never stops. So I jumped in just in time to hear the end and then got the footnotes so I could research it myself, and then brought in the birthday together, and everybody's like, happy birthday. And it was such a nice thing. I miss Miss Barbara that wasn't there. There was a couple that wasn't there, but I think for the most part, most everybody, and I even got a
People were popping
surprise.
in now throughout. Miss Barbara come in. I'm sure she come in. Oh no, that was in the chat yesterday. She said she hadn't been to bed. I said, "Oh, go
That's what
to
I
bed."
thought. Yeah.
Guys, can you
And
see the screen?
now I
Can you
look
put?
nothing like that, just to tell you the
She
truth, like
does.
nothing. No, I don't.
She, oh,
I
shut up, you
don't.
do.
Okay, on YouTube, that's how I look. Yeah, but I love it that you put my new straight, really, really Hollywood smile on.
I
Ah!
That's what she's going to look like with a tea, take no notice, she'll see. And she put, Maggie, I have an appointment tomorrow, that's all I've heard, guys. I put, oh, really? Because no, nobody found a lion when she went to meet Lunchy, bitch. So that's that one. And then there's me. She always says if I ever went to see her, she's going to sit me on the
I
mantelpiece.
am. I can't wait to do it. I
Surprise,
can't wait.
Leanie. Be careful what you wish for, Spleeny. And she's shocked, and her little dog's looking up at me. And she loves the Aussies, so I put little kangaroo slippers on her. And her cat Wednesday is playing with the ear of the kangaroo. And then you've got little girl and Larry there at the other side of her, and the king. It's all
And
there.
and
And a
who's on
colour
the
green.
picture?
She loves green.
Who's on the picture beside you? I can't
I,
see that.
I don't know who he is. I left him.
I thought it was Brian Inton. So let's just act like
No,
it's
I should have
Brian.
put. I'll put Brian in. Yeah,
Yeah, let's just act
yeah.
like that's Brian. Yeah,
So
Newt would definitely be doing that and knowing. I mean, because he hears Maggie's voice. Well, they all
yeah,
do, but Newt knows.
and
And
I made up. Look, we've got all our cases we covered.
yeah, that's wild. We kind of covered the Delphi. I definitely
You did that, didn't you? I
Yeah,
didn't do
but
that.
that's okay. That's okay. He's going back to trial. You guys were going. Yeah, it's just that's another mess. But we'll be covering it all. Thank y'all so much for being here. I love you guys so much. It means so much. And the one thing, and I'm just gonna say it again, and then I'll shut the hell up. That I'm so grateful for this case was that we seriously met some really wonderful, wonderful people, and I hope even after this, you
We did.
guys will stick
Yeah.
around and you're a love bug now. Now we can't let you go. And then there's a couple people that even come to the daytime chat that I see that I met at nighttime because I used to do court cases late at night and then my schedule got all mixed up. But like Alex and Possum, and there's a couple more that still come in that we used to meet every night together on here. And so it's hard to be running both sides. And then I had my teeth taken out, and that was taken it's over 3 months already. Can you believe that?
So you've got an appointment today, and then you've got your last one next week.
No. So my appointment today is to really, I have to go into Noblesville and do my regular eye test, not the diabetes eye
Yeah.
test. Now I go in and then I pick out my new glasses. What up? I'm so excited.
Oh, I've got new glasses on. The others were scratched to death, but you know what? I must have gone worse in my eyes because them ones were 3 and these are 2.5. I feel blind in one eye.
Maggie, you have to just go see an eye doctor for the love of
Well, I went
God.
to see the eye doctor and I put
How
these
long ago?
glasses on a thing, and he said they're exactly fine for your eyes as long as you're wearing the right strength. But I do feel something's wrong with this one, so I am going to go.
Especially if you're telling me that one eye's different than the other, then
It
there's
is.
no
It's
way.
always been different, but I feel it way. I've got a. What is it called?
Stigmatism,
I
right?
only
That's what I
found
have.
that out on my last one. No one's ever
Yeah.
told me that. And then when I found the other ones, they said, "Yeah, we knew." I said, well, "Why has no one ever told me?" Not that it matters to me, but I can't do anything with it.
No. Once you get astigmatism, you can't even wear contacts. And
Contact lenses are not on. I
nope.
know.
No.
Oh, did you
don't
get
wear
your
'em.
new glass? Did you get the ones you want, Lunchy? She wanted glasses like mine. I said I got them off Amazon. So I sent her the link so she could see them, but she needs special glasses, she said. So she was wondering if the place sold them frames.
Yeah.
You've got cataracts, Lisa. Oh, must be awful. The old lady over the road used to come out and say to me, "Oh my God, where's this fog come from?" And it'd be a bright sunny day. And I'd say, "I didn't realise." And I'd say, "Lily, it's lovely today." And she'd go, "It's not, it's thick fog." And then I
Oh, bless
realised, and
her.
then her son told me she was waiting for cataracts. And she was 97, right? And she was on a waiting list for cataracts. And she never got it, she died. I was
Bless
fuming
her.
over that, Lee. I was near sobbing at the thought that she never got to see. Do you know, broke my horse.
Well, I was really ticked off because they had found out that I haven't got any glasses in 2 years, and then they found out that I was diabetic, and you need to come in for a diabetic test. So I was look behind your eyes, make sure there's no bleeding, nothing like that. And this was before my sister had the bleed before her eye, behind her eye. And so I called him back when my A1C got right. And I was like, hey, I'm not a diabetic. Listen, I know I'm a diabetic, but I told him that anyways. Well, then my doctor got in touch with him. And he's like, look, I need her to have a diabetic eye test. So the last time I went, I thought I was going like just to get the regular test and then pick out my glasses. He's like, oh no. Dr. Beck called us. You need your diabetic test. I was like, oh. So I have to come back. And he's like, yeah, I have to dilate your eyes. So that's what I'm going in for today.
Right,
But
okay.
had I not done that, Maggie, he asked me when, all my tests came back fine. He's like, no, your eyes look great. And then, he put that thing up and he was looking through them. And then he said, does anybody in your family have early onset glaucoma? And I was like, for the love of God.
Oh,
And in one of my eyes, it's early onset glaucoma.
oh God.
And so I was like, no. And then as soon as I got in the damn car, I remembered my birth father. He was born legally blind. And I was like, son of a bitch, that man has given me nothing but problems since I found him. But at least I know why I have the problems I have.
Yeah, Oh, well, Mama said I have astigmatism in both eyes and wear contacts daily. They just have to find you the right brand of contacts, but you totally can wear contacts with astigmatism. There you go.
Well,
Thanks for that, Mama.
I mean, I think it may depend on the severity. I don't know for sure. I just know that every eye doctor I've ever seen has always told me, and my son, who's also got the stigmatism in the same eye that I do, he asked if he could get contacts, and they were like, "No, your stigmatism is too bad. There's nothing we can do about that. No LASIK, no nothing."
Maybe if it's a certain, what is it?
curved because
It's too bad, maybe
yeah.
that they can't. Lunchy, you know, if you can't get them, I'm sending Leanie, a parcel for a little fella. So I can get them if you want and put them in the package, and Leanie can forward them on to you, or you can meet her again, whatever. It's up to you. It's up to you. You know what I mean?
We'll have a reason this time to meet for lunch
Yeah.
without
So if
Maggie
you need
being
them
mad.
lunchy, let me know, and I'll order it, and you can use them as long as they've got. I know, as long as they've got the CE stamp on the arm of the glasses, the frame, that they're okay to get frames put in them, lenses put in them. So if you want any, let me know, and I'll put them in for you.
Oh, how nice.
It's fine. Don't mind.
That's so nice of you, Maxie. You're such a nice
I know.
girl.
Lunchy said, "Lol, I may be sitting in her garage right now, Matt." Oh, shut up. I wouldn't put it past you. I'm made up that you're so close that you can drive to Leanie. And I can't. I'm stuck here in England. She's in Indiana. My life's just not worth living some days.
I told you, fly your butt into New York. We'll be there.
I'm not. You fly yourself over here. Shut up. Mama Grace
Oh.
says, yeah, my daughter has the same issue, and I've never heard that. But it's probably the difference in severity. Yeah. Yeah.
My stigmatism is so bad in that eye that I had cut the cornea with a piece of freaking paper. Can you believe that? In my good eye. Oh, it was terrible. That's painful when you cut your cornea, y'all. Anyways, I had to go to the emergency room because it was done during work hours. I was at work when it happened. And that emergency room doctor, they made me do the eye test and stuff. And I couldn't see without my glasses. I mean, I know that the top letter is an E. It's always an E. It's forever going to be an E. And so I was like, I know that's an E. It's up there, but it all just looks like black and white smudge. And he said, has anybody ever told you have that you're legally blind in that eye? And I said, no. I was like, am I? He said, pretty damn close to it. Well, then I asked my eye doctor about it, and he said a lot of people mistake that. He said, you are not legally blind in that eye. He said, no, you can't see nothing without glasses on, but he said legally blind doesn't mean that you can't see. It just means that we cannot correct your vision anymore. So when you get to that point in eyeglasses that I can't correct it and make it see better, then at that point, that eye becomes legally blind because it cannot be corrected. But it just means, like, you know, so that's like what my dad, my bio father is, and his twin brother is, that their eyes were never correctable. They could never wear glasses to correct their vision. Even though he can see me, he may not be able to see my expression or anything like that, but he can see me. He just can't make out anything. So that's why they were both considered legally blind. I didn't know that. I thought legally blind meant you just can't see out of your eyes. So you've been legally.
Because there was a man in my mum's, like, they called it sheltered accommodation, he used to drive round on a scooter with a white stick. We'd all be going, how the hell? He was legally blind.
All right, so members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. No folks on chairs.
What's happening?
Okay, so they had a sidebar. The sidebar is going to take longer to discuss, so he is just sending the jury back, and maybe they'll do it in open court then. So we'll be able to hear it, hopefully.
Now, you know when you say sidebar, I've been wondering what you mean by sidebar.
Sorry, sidebar is when they go up to the judge and they have that private conversation.
Okay.
So whatever they're
That's
talking
called
about.
sidebar?
Yes.
Oh, right.
So whatever they're going to talk about now needs to be recorded in the court papers, and that's why he sends them out
Okay.
All
so
right.
that it can be
So,
recorded.
council, what we're going to do is
Are
we'll
they
have,
appearing?
just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
Do you remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't? Okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers? Is it McElligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McElligan.
And what did McElligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McElligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McElligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zell, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay. About when
the voices.
The voices.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having.
Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's okay. What was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McElligan?
McElligan.
McElligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawler, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McElligan guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McElligan, or
No.
Sergeant McElligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligan, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Court, all right.
All right, please.
My God, what's happening? I'd left to go for a wee. I couldn't believe it. What I've listened, I was going, oh my God. I'm eating orange peel again. I'm eating orange, but I'm eating the peel.
Don't choke. So the way I understand it is that they went to a sidebar, right? That means just going up and having a little discussion with the judge off the record. Okay, sidebars are off the record. So when they realized that they needed to talk about that there was, there possibly could have been a lie told by the prosecution, and and they're going with this theory that Lindsay said, you know, that she had heard a voice tell her, you know, to kill the kids and what to do and stuff like that. that was all a made up thing between the prosecution and between the psychiatrist that was seeing her in the hospital. They realized that needs to be in the court record because now the defense is accusing the prosecution of misleading the jury with something that they made up to go to court with. So,
It's
in
a
other
biggie though, isn't it, Lee?
it's a very, very, very biggie. It's a very biggie. So, but that could, when I'm listening to it, it could swing both ways. It could swing for, I don't know if they're going to allow the jury to hear that, or
God.
if they're going to if the judge is going to, I think that's why they took a little break so that the judge can decide whether he's going to let that go ahead and be presented to the jury so they would consider that in deliberation, or whether he's just going to say, leave it out. We don't have enough proof to put that in yet, or what may have you. And maybe the reason why the defense is waited this long to bring that fact up is because, is this a defense witness or is this still the prosecutor's witness? Can anybody
I thought
answer?
if you're in custody, like she was arrested, she was handcuffed to the bed. I thought calls from that point would be recorded.
No, it would not. She was arrested, yes, but she wasn't arraigned or anything yet. Remember, that all had to be, that was done. I mean, she was still in a vulnerable state, so she was arrested.
So who was the shrink that told it that?
That
One yesterday?
That Zeisel or whatever. I don't think he's been on the stand yet, but I think the reason why, the only thing I could think of, the reason why the defense has waited this long to bring this up, that he believes that that was a made up story by the prosecution and the shrink, was so that because he has someone on his witness list that he's going to bring forward and actually talk about it. I think that's what's going on here. He's still the prosecutor. Prosecution hasn't rested yet. Thank you so much for telling me, Lisa. That's what I know.
So if they only just found this out now, I mean, I thought that had been well brought out.
Well, I mean, this could swing either way in my mind. So, I mean, in my mind, I could think, okay, the prosecution is just willing to put anything up that meets their narrative and doesn't necessarily only bring in facts, and that they want people to believe that Lindsay heard a voice because that goes with their theory that she was not psychotic enough not to, I mean, she was not psychotic enough not to be able to follow command. But then it could also be good for the defense saying, no, this doesn't have anything to do with voices or anything like that. This woman was in a psychotic state because of the drugs and because of the lack of attention from the doctors. You see what I'm saying? So I think it's taken, I think it's taking a chance. It makes you wonder, what does the defense have up their sleeve that they just are like, yeah, like, we're going to use this. He just seems really confident. But you're right, Lisa, the plot does thicken. Dolores says, yes, cops stood guard and handcuffed to the bed. Right. Early break. Yeah, I think because of I had trouble saying that word, voir dire. Because they had to come back and put it on the court record, right? The first time I ever heard that word was when Beefcake was breaking down the jury he sat on for the murder case that he did, last year? Didn't he do that last year? And
I think so.
He talked to all of us about what it was like to be in the jury room and how they came to their decision and things like that. So that was kind of neat, but that's the first time I ever heard that word. But witnesses have to be accounted for before the trial begins. Sometimes there are witnesses that are not on the list, and it is and only because they haven't committed or submitted that, yes, for sure, I'm gonna be on the list, and then that gets submitted to the court. Sometimes their word comes in after the court has started, so then the other side can say, sorry, deadline's over, I don't want them being able, and then the judge gets to make the decision whether he's going to allow it or not. So that does happen from time to time, where there's a witness added or a witness
So
taken
was
away.
Patrick in on it? Because I'm just reading Lisa's now.
What did
Defense
Lisa say?
and prosecutors are saying that the insanity Voice's defense was concluded, made up. Doctors Patrick here on calls, and they were coaching her to claim insanity. So
Got it,
Patrick was
Lisa.
as well. Oh my God, the plot thickens.
Well, the way that they just put it in voir dire, don't you guys think that the way that they just put it out there was that they made the call to Patrick either to run it by
Present.
him or to let him know that this is what they're going to do. So I'm wondering, did Patrick know all along that they were going to be looking for some things to do this? No problem, Alex. Hi, John. Good to see you. They can be brought back at any time. Yes and no. If you guys notice, this judge is not saying too much. Are they released? Because remember, in a lot of the cases we watch, the person on the stand will say, "Am I released to leave? Can I go?" And then the judge will ask both sets of lawyers, "Is this one released?" In other words, is this one subject to recall or not? And then they'll be like, "No, they can be released." So once they're released, they have a choice whether they can sit in the courtroom or just get the hell out of Dodge, which is what most of them want to do. But if you notice during this, most of them, the judge is not asking if they can be released, because what I'm taking is a lot of the people, because you heard even the defense say in the beginning, he asked one of the witnesses, "You're a witness for the prosecution, correct?" And she said, "Yes." And then he said, "You're also on my witness list, correct?" And they said, "Yes." So what I'm thinking, the reason why we're not hearing that a lot, where the judge is saying, "Yes, you are released," is because we very possibly, like Big John said, hear from these people again. They can get called back up. It's only if the judge releases them is when they can go watch whatever they want to watch, do whatever they want to do. Lisa says prosecutors claims she was sane, therefore guilty of murder. Prison versus psych hospital incarceration. Makes sense, Lisa. Thank you so much. Alex said, "I thought that once the witness left the stand that it was over." No, it's only over if they have been released. And notice we haven't heard that but maybe one or two times in this trial so far. So yeah, they're subject to the stand still. Mama Grace says, "I'll check back with you ladies later. I got to work for a little while. Bye." Okay, Mama Grace, we'll see you soon, honey. We'll see you soon. Lisa says, "No witnesses can be recalled. Some are released, some are not." They can be recalled if they're not released. Yeah, they did. I can pull that up and we can show it. But yeah, they can. If they're not released, then they can be recalled. Yes. Let me bring that up just because I don't want to give false information, but I'm almost positive about it. Okay. I just put in, "Can witnesses be recalled to the stand?" because I'm sure it was going to give us all the indicators. So it says, yes, witnesses can be recalled to the stand, but it requires explicit permission from the judge. Courts evaluate requests based on fairness, necessity, and orderly progression of the trial, rather than allowing repeat testimony. Common grounds for recalling a witness is new evidence, clarification, impeachment, or this word's hard, contradictory statements. The judge's discretion, court permission, a fairness check, or limitation. Judges routinely deny requests meant to rehash old arguments or harass a witness. If you have a specific situation in mind, um, that's just what AI was asking about it. So the civil court, I think, is different than federal court as well, and things like that. So I think but I do know that every court case I've ever watched, which are usually state or well, we never can watch federal, but state court cases, if the judge does not tell them as they're leaving the stand that they're released, then they're not. So they're subject to recall at any time.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see your sidebar?
Sidebar again.
Why did he do that? So
I guess
annoying.
I know. Hi, Oopsie. Good to see you, love bug.
Hi, Oops.
Okay, Lisa. I'm sorry, honey. Lisa says that she meant witnesses can be recalled. Yeah. I just like to do that because I want, I don't want to give out false information. That's all. I'm not questioning yours or mine or anybody's intent behind it. It's just that
As much as I've watched trials, I still don't get it all. It's so hard for me to grasp what this means and that means.
Gemma, that's a good point. They're calling a sidebar when the jury is still out too.
Still out, yeah.
But that means that whatever they're talking about right now does not have to be recorded in the court. If you said it out loud, it's going to be recorded in the court. But that's a good point. That's a really good point.
I'm keeping quiet because I'm eating an apple now.
Y'all, I always thought it would be fun to be a court person that does, puts everything into that little microphone thing. But then I thought I would get so distracted going, he's a liar, Judge. Are you going to call him? That's bleeding. I'd be kicked out and fired immediately.
I'm zooming in on everyone.
Me too. I'd be like, Judge, are you really going to allow that in this courtroom, this court of law? Really? We're going to allow this to happen? Oh, I'd be a terrible person in the courtroom, y'all.
Gemma said, you guys can call me Gem. Scousers shorten everyone's name, and it's just a friendly way when a Scouser does that.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
There we go.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. With that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Ray.
What's that mean, Lee?
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes,
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember were her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
What, a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly, though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Right. Redirect, Ms. Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find?
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McElligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection. Beyond
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness, please.
Chair, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give and jury of the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and you may have a seat.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
And how do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December, so that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
Okay. And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I'd prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
I do not. Do they have a copy that they can share?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page. It's fine.
Sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay, so did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was tearful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content. You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct? Yes. And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
Okay. And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
So kind of like the same report that she gave to Crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
Okay. And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping, so we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right? Yes. And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing, hold on. So yes, she reported continued suicidal ideation at the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question. Okay. Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family and her children and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13, at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What is this page 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has 13. It's December 19th.
Okay.
The last page of the note.
It's this one here, then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There
Okay.
should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure. It's 4. Oh, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17. going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section child or safety?
Hold on. Good. We'll ask that and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you?
Yes.
As what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Okay. Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully it'll be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, go to notebooks.
A couple of minutes. That mean a couple of minutes as in have a cuppa and then we're back.
Yeah, so this will be the 10-15 minute break that he was talking about they were still going to have when they had to leave the jury out, and they will still do a lunch.
Okay.
Turn off your mics, ma'am. You already got in trouble for that once. Yeah, they will still have a lunch break. They usually have it at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
She's still the same face, look.
Yep. Her eyes look so heavy. The way she blinks is like,
yeah.
So we'll be in a short recess.
Tired, watch when
Thank
she
you.
does it.
Thank you.
Oh, the heat's here. It's terrible.
all right.
All right, there you go. So all for the newcomers coming in, it's the house party today. Lainey's party. Feel free to sing.
While you guys sing, I'm going to run for some nicotine, but I'm listening. It's in my ear.
I thought you were going to say, I'm going to run for some knickers. I thought that's what you were going to say.
No, I did manage to put those on after I came. Listen, I came straight out of the bed right here, turned this on, and then I went back. I peed. I pulled on some leggings and some shoes because y'all know I cannot go walk around anywhere without something on my feet.
Oh
And then
my
I
God,
started my
me and you
coffee.
are so opposite. I love to be in my bare feet. I
I just
swear to
cannot.
God.
No, no. If I feel anything on the bottom of my feet, someone's getting punched.
Really?
Melly,
Oh,
yes, Melly Joe. Good night. I love you so, so much, Melly. And again,
oh,
thank you for the beautiful
good
card.
night, Mel. And check your mailbox as well, Lee. Oh, good night, girl. Have a good sleep.
A much needed break. Lisa is on her BRB. Just because you haven't witnessed it, people witness it
What
personally
did
doesn't
you
mean
know?
it never happened. So Jillian says, yeah, in my personal experience, that's why I
Jillian.
had PPD. Jillian,
Yeah.
PPD is because I had no help, and yes, we were living together, still together, but he didn't seem to think he had any responsibility. It was expected of me. Correct, but we are talking generally, so I appreciate your candidness. So that right there, take notes, everybody. Take notes to how Blair and Alex are handling that situation. That is an adult debate, and they both understand each other and appreciate each other's thoughts, and they're
Exactly.
leaving it alone. That's how we like to do it here, according to Levy. And if we don't do it that way, I'm going to win in the end, and you leave.
All say
So
aye. Aye.
I
think they've all said it in their minds.
What is happening?
Well, you say all. It's what the courts say here. When you have to agree, all say aye. Aye.
Oh, I got it now. Yeah.
Oh,
Listen, I'm
Lena, you
getting.
worse than me.
Listen. Overnight, all of a sudden, I woke up and I was a whole freaking year older, and it's showing in my brain.
Well, listen. To get this in your brain. So, Lisa Dodson come in this morning. Read that comment on the screen now.
Maggie, hello. Guess what? I formed an opinion of the case. Finally, no way. Lisa?
Oh, yeah.
Our girl
Yeah.
who is not saying anything until she hears a closing argument? Oh, she
Yeah,
must have
she's got
stayed
an
up
opinion.
all night. Gemma said she's watching us, y'all. She said, don't make her come in here and read you guys your rights, okay? Dolores understands me. Yes, Slipper's here. If I feel a grain of sand, I go crazy. Me too.
Read the
I just
screen.
cannot do it. I woke up early today with a hunch that the jury is going to hang.
Here
I
we go.
watched a lot of this last night, just re-listening to only the doctor's testimonies, right? The people who were supposed to be treating her. And I was like, there's no way. This is going to be a retrial. I know that's the only thing I hear is retrial. There was no way. I mean, I literally listened to the doctors again. They gave us nothing but their own confusion and confused us right along with them. It was like watching a merry-go-round go around backwards. And you're like, but the horses are facing the other way, and shouldn't we be going counterclockwise? I agree completely. A hung jury. I'd be walking out. I'd be like, you guys are crazy if you think that was a trial. All y'all need your license taken away. You didn't tell us shit. Yes, thank you so much. Pause for the calls. Y'all, please double tap your screen. It's very easy to hit the like, you guys. It's very, very easy. And that's all we ever ask of anybody. Carla said, went to women's retreat for women. That is it. I said no to you because of the attacks and lies. See, never, Carla. Listen, I think you need to go in for a mental evaluation, but not in Massachusetts. Do you have a plan? KM Page says, I had pneumonia. My now ex said she would take care of our 18-month-old daughter. I was in the bathroom with our daughter. He was playing on the computer. Yeah, you'll take care of her. My aunt helped. Gemma says, Leanie, I done Tufts and Patrick's this morning too. Yeah, I had to re-listen to him because we chat, so I like to stay engaged with the chat too, because we really do value your guys' opinions as well. You guys have taught us a lot about the psychosis and different things. We don't all have we may all, some of us may have been diagnosed with the same type of illness, but it doesn't mean, I think we've proven it many times here, just in this trial, that just because we have the same diagnosis doesn't mean that all of us have the same exact symptoms or way of handling it. It affects all of us in a different way. But I can safely say that all of us agree 100%, whether you have been diagnosed with any kind of illness or mental illness or anything, that the way these drugs were handled and handed out to Lindsay Clancy is a travesty. It's a travesty. And that was another reason why I wanted to listen to the doctors again, who were the prescribing doctors, is because I am so upset that nobody, and the girls and I were, the mods last night, and I were talking about this, Maggie as well, that I'm so upset that nobody explained to her when she called 3 days later and said, I want to switch back to this because it's not working, that nobody said, honey, this is going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks for you to feel anything besides the
Yeah,
normal
I heard this
symptoms.
last night. Sages all talking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the truth.
Um,
You can't
and I
just
was
say, oh, you
thinking
feel
as
nothing
well.
yet.
Exactly. Exactly. We all know that. So I don't know why she didn't say that to her.
Yeah,
Also, I
nobody
was
told her.
thinking, where we're thinking about the pre-med, like the part where what she says when she wakes up is messing with us, and then the premeditation, we think where she's arranged for Patrick to go, she's going to kill the kids. Then I thought, hold on, if she did that deliberately, knowing what was going on, knowing what she was doing, why would she only give herself 12 minutes, Leanie? Why would she send him somewhere, work out how long he'd be, and then give herself 12 minutes to do the act of taking her kids' lives and trying to kill herself at the same time? 12
Well,
minutes.
that's
Wouldn't you have arranged for him to go somewhere else if that was the case and she got longer?
not if it was premeditated and I figured out how long it was going
But
to take me. Hold on. How long it was going to take me to kill my 3 kids and then, slice my wrist. That takes what, 2 seconds, and my throat, and jump out a window. So no, and then had she tried to send him any further away, maybe he would have questioned that, because remember when he was on the stand, the prosecution asked him, is that a restaurant you normally do takeout from? And he said,
no,
we do it sometimes, but usually no. We usually go to the 2 that are close to our house. So
I don't know.
that only proves premeditation even more, that she was able to figure out how much time she had to do these
Yeah, I get that.
crimes.
I get that she was figuring out, but what I'm trying to say is, would she, if she'd really thought about it and was in a right mind, wouldn't she have not give herself more time? You're taking 3 lives. Things don't go to plan sometimes, and so
Mm.
I don't think she was in the right mind because she gave herself very little time.
Well,
And
see, I'm just playing.
didn't he go to a pharmacy as well?
Yes.
I mean,
Uh,
him as well, going to get that and going to a pharmacy 12 minutes. How fast was he? Do you think that's quick?
mm, mm, I
To
don't
go and pick
know.
food up from your house. So was it
No,
12
because
minutes in total from when he left to when he got back?
I thought it was 17 minutes, but it doesn't make a
No,
difference.
that was Coburger, wasn't it?
And I'm just playing devil's advocate. I see your side of it. I'm just giving you the
Oh
opposite
yeah.
side so that you can make up your decision. But I do want to say this. Koberger didn't go in that house to kill 4 people.
And
He
Gillian
was in,
said, why was her body cold if it was only 12 minutes?
how cold was her body? What was her internal? What was her
But there was
internal
snow on the floor, wasn't there?
temperature? Yeah, but what was her internal temperature? The temperature internal is what will give you hypothermia. It's not what's on the outside. Believe me, I'd have hypothermia all the time because I'm always cold. I'm freezing
And why
now.
did he have different shoes, wasn't it?
I didn't
Was
get a
it
chance to look at
Dolores
that.
or who was
I
it?
forget
Was
who
it
came in and
Lisa?
said that, and I wanted to look it up, but by the time I had of course, I knew my power was going to go out, and it still may go out. It's been flickering.
T N TNDS 87 said, thought it was 50 minutes now. I'm
No,
just going to put my laptop on a charge, Lee, won't be a minute.
Okay. So, my electricity got cut off while the trial was going on. So I sat for a minute because usually sometimes it'll only last like 5 minutes. So I sat for a little bit and sent something out to the mods in a group in the Discord. And then I was like, screw this, I'm just going to go lay down. By the time I woke up, Beefcake was already fixing to come home because he had dinner last night, colleague dinner, whatever, stupid dinner. So he got home late, and then I ended up jumping on Discord with the girls. So, and still talking about this case as well. So I didn't even look at the pictures yet of the shoes, but I might be able to get them printed up so we can bring them, show them during the lunch break if anybody wants to see them. I
I'll have
might
a
be able
look
to do
now.
that. But I'm just trying to say that, yeah, any scenario any one of us come up with that we can't understand, and then we try to make ourselves understand, and then it sounds right. There's always somebody else who can bring in a totally opposite theory and make it work as well. And that's in almost every situation. So I always try to play the other side of it just so you can see the other side of it and then make up your own decision. I'm not saying that's how it happened or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't there. I'm just going by the evidence, and then trying to make up my own mind as I go along. But, I've been saying it for a couple of days. You have never, ever, ever heard me say on any trial, this needs to be a mistrial. I don't know that I've ever seen one that I have agreed with a mistrial on. But they need to stop this right where it's at right now and say, just quit. Like, just quit. You're wasting our time. You're wasting their time. You're wasting all this time. You're wasting all this money. Just stop, because not a damn one of you are making sense or closing. You're leaving all of these open sentences for us to try to fill in and figure out what punctuation mark goes at the end. That's not how a trial works. It's a open and close. That's it. That's what you get. You figure it out. They're not doing that for us. They start it, they don't end it. There is no ending. And that's on any of us.
Just sent it to your messenger. It's interesting. I've just watched it.
Can you pull it up or no?
Let me find. I'm on my phone at the minute, so let me see if I can get it on my laptop. Hold on.
If not, I can throw it over to. You know what? Send it to my Facebook page. Send it to According to Leanie, and then I'll pull up According to Leanie.
Okay.
That's what we did yesterday. That's what we should start doing. And that's what we're going to start doing is utilizing the Facebook page for stuff that we need to pull up, because y'all wouldn't believe all of the evidence and stuff we've had to take off of being able to show it, because we need to add something else. And then yesterday it came to me, okay, we can utilize Facebook, put all of our evidence, all of our pictures over there, and then just bring up the According to Leaning Facebook, and it's all right there, and use it as another file folder, because this is getting nuts. And it's going to get nuttier. I'm smoking right now, Megan, the birthday girl. Don't fuss at me.
What are you saying? I think you can have your ciggy. I'm only asking. God, guys, I'm so picked on and misunderstood.
She is misunderstood. We have a situation. Listen, it
Listen,
is
let's
well
be
known around the
understood.
YouTube streets that Leanie is very mean to Maggie.
Oh
It's
yeah,
well
she
known.
is.
It's
It's
well known.
true. You must have picked up on it by now, guys.
You guys must have. You must have. And
Must have.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I'm mean to Maggie and everybody else. Y'all, I'm a terrible person.
She
But
is.
listen, I'm on a 12-step program. I've been on it for about 12 years now, and I'm still on the second step. I'm never getting up to the third step, y'all, because now I'm at the stage of my life that I'm just like, I almost just don't give an F. I'm just like, y'all do you, and I'm gonna do me. And I've been in a very bad mood for about 10 years now, really. Since
Yeah.
menopause started, I've been just in a bad mood. Okay, so that's
And
all
I'm getting it.
and then I saw this eclipse 2.5 years ago, and I swear I'm affected still. I am so affected by the eclipse. So
Something's affected you.
something has affected me, yes.
Something has, yeah, definitely. Now, how long have they been gone now, Lee?
I'm still sitting outside smoking. I'm not being a professional right now. I'm just being lazy. Well, I'm not
Okay.
sitting outside. I'm sitting in the garage because it's teeming. I wish I
Garage. Is
could
it?
show
Oh
you
my
guys
god!
how bad it's storming here.
Oh my god! It's boiling here, and I mean roasting. I'm sweating.
Oh no, I'm in leggings, my slippers,
Excess Gemma.
a sweatshirt,
Maximum.
and a
Oh,
sweater, and a
I'm in a
sweater
little.
on top of that.
I'm in a cami top.
Oh,
Gemma, yeah,
Maggie.
Max can give as good as she gets. You better believe it, Gem. You
Thank you,
better believe it.
Gemma. Thank you so much.
I'm only little, but me mouth's big, Gem.
That's
Telling you
right.
now, I won't let no
Listen,
one talk down to me or speak to me in anger or just give me attitudes. Do you know what I
she
mean? I'm a
she is
scouser.
she's a lot sweeter than I am, but she will beat the hell out of your knees. I'm telling you
But
right now.
she's teaching me how to fight for myself. She is.
No, court is not back in session yet. Hey, we thank the ones that hit the like for us. I appreciate you so much. We appreciate all the new
I know,
subscribers. We
Gemma,
appreciate even if you don't want to subscribe, we appreciate you hanging out here. That's what matters to us.
the laughing
And we
at
hope
you.
that we are doing justice and we are worth your time. That's what
Oh
we
yeah,
hope.
and it's lovely to have you all. We have a laugh as well, you know what I mean? Got to, haven't you? Or you're going to go round the bend yourself. But Gemma says, laugh my ass off here and Leanie say team and down.
Oh,
Listen,
listen.
go and tell them all what it means, Lee, because no one will have a clue when you say it's team.
Yeah, I'm totally Scouser. I
She
am.
does. She says all scouse words. She says, Maggie, I've bolstered up.
I
She's got
bolstered
all
up,
my
Maggie.
sayings. She's got all my sayings. She says, ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Because
Hmm.
when I'm getting off the phone, I'm near on the floor, bending down, I go, ta-da, ta-ta,
I've
ta,
even learned some
ta.
bad words like a ballad or what is it, Maggie, that I call your
Ball
husband?
bag.
Oh, Maggie, put the link in chat really quick. It's only for me, you guys. It's only
Where's
for
that
me.
gone up?
I want to
Which
show you guys.
one?
Put it
Have I
in.
got? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just put it in chat really quick because I'm gonna grab it. I want to show you guys what it looks like outside. If it
Okay.
wasn't so cold, I'd be saying, oh, guess what? We might be getting a
It's in chat. Go on.
Okay, I must be in the wrong
And
chat.
then I'm going to
Okay.
remove it.
Okay, hold on. I got to figure out the right chat to get into to get it. Hold on. Y'all, I am technically, if this offends somebody, I don't mean to be offensive. I'm old school and I don't feel offense at all. But
If I fly an egg here.
I'm technically retarded. That's who I am. And I
Yes, she
can't
goes,
help it.
Maggie, go and start a Discord. I go, what about, why can't you? She goes, I can't do it. I go, oh my
I
God.
can. All right, let's see. I'm supposed to do this one. Hold on,
The one
guys.
that's
Hold
in the
on.
chat with all of us.
All right, that bug. I'm looking for it. I found it.
There you go. I'm going to remove it.
Okay. Oh, I hate hearing my voice.
I hate mine. It's disgusting.
I think everybody hates their voice. I'm okay. So
You've only just got to tap it, like click on it with your laptop. You know, where you click something. Just click on it like that. Or if you're on your phone screen and you see it on the screen, just tap your screen on the link and follow what it says. All it is telling you to turn your mic off or your camera off if you don't want to be on camera, and that and pick an avatar. That's it. And then it says enter. What does it say? Add yourself or whatever it says. And there you go. That's it. Oh, here the chickens are dying. Their fans aren't big enough to cool the cover-packed chicken houses. Don't be telling me that. Oh, I'll be don't. Oh, oh, the poor chickens.
Okay. Can you, let me stop the sound. Okay, now I shouldn't be. Damn
I'll
it.
take the picture off and go. Do I have to move the course?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Stop sharing. So now I don't know when it's coming back. We have to be quick, Lainey.
I will.
Oh my God, it's teeming. Look at a little picket fence. Oh my God, it's teeming.
It's really teeming, isn't it?
Or we say it's lashing it down. Lashing down.
Look, here it comes.
Oh my God, I'll come and see this. It's lashing down by Lainey's. Can't get over it. Is it cold, Lainey, or is it
It's
warm?
cold. Yeah.
You said you've never known a summer like this, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Blair. Loves the echo. We should sing when we've got an echo. You sound great. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
Oh, it's gone
birthday.
off.
I know. Hold on, honey was singing to me. Tell me, keep
I
going.
know we were singing. Come here, you need to sing now. You've got to sing,
Oh my
honey.
God, I'm so excited.
No, he can't. He's running. He's got to go. He's in a meeting.
Oh, sorry. Love you, Alex.
He's gone.
My honey. My
Right,
sweetheart.
so I'll have to put the coat back on.
Okay, go.
Happy birthday, dear lady. Happy birthday. We're back. Here we are. We're back. I'm getting this. Can you see it?
All right.
Yep.
We all set for the jury?
Yes.
Honestly, we want honey. You can have him.
I love him so much. Gets on my fucking nerves at times, but I love him.
Oh my God, South Carolina is known for chickens. House after house of birds, trucks pulling out the dead. It's put me on a downer all day. Can't they give them to someone to eat?
Broke you. Sorry, not mean to laugh at the birds
But
dying.
what can't they?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So, can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth.
4.
4
yes.
times. Okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. And would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just...
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records?
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous, actually, about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts?
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say.
Second,
you said Dr. Tufts.
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right. In the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay. She then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay. All right. Let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health that talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find it.
I think they were just out of order. Here it is. Here.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. That's no problem. That's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the past 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have...
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer wanting to be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable Anxiety. Do you know what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses.
Did she say why she would do that?
To cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the assessment.
Sure, yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please. Yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize. If you just keep you're very soft spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness.
Yes.
Depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find it. 1 second.
Yep. Under current I'm sorry, it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked you about that, at that point, did she, just so you can see here, did she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says she needs to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you if
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that date, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes, from outpatient therapy services.
PHP?
Yes, partial hospitalization program.
IOP?
Intensive outpatient program.
And that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yeah, so that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her.
Okay.
Unless it's There's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th, and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness, and again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection?
Approach on the issue.
Sure. Yeah. Ma'am, if I could just add that.
Yes.
So what's happening now? Is this going to be a long one? Or is it? But in a minute he'll come back and say, right, we're going to lunch now. What do you reckon? He won't tell us and we'll be sitting here waiting for him to come back. And then he's going to say that. I think that's what he's going to say. What about you? Anyway, thanks so much for being here, everyone, and for keeping the chat going by debate and conversations of personal experiences, which is so nice of you to do, that we really appreciate everything. It helps us. It helps us to learn. Again, thank you. These are all so good. Honest to God, all these new faces and the way you have all gels, and it's like we've known you all for years, and it's like you've all known each other for years as well in the chat. You know, when you see that you're coming back in and you just feel that gel, don't you? That, yeah, this is one of us. That's how I feel. And I know Lenny does too. And we really appreciate all that you're telling us, because it helps us learn from each other. For other cases, when they're talking about meds, I mean, I haven't got a clue about all this medication. It's different naming. I know about Prozac, I know that one. Valium, I know that one. But yeah, our loves to you as well, Alex. Love to you all. I really mean that. You're a really good group. It's brilliant how you can all disagree but get on. And that's what we want. You don't want all the stupid fighting and nasty comments. There's just no need for it. You just got to accept, whether you like it or not, that people have different opinions, isn't it? As much as you don't like it and you're thinking, oh, you just got to get over it. That's when you know you've grown up. My name is Blair. Blair said, this is what I've noticed in my very short experience in live chatting. It really does help emotionally. It's like we listen and don't judge, moment, but for real. That's it, Blair. Exactly. You've got to stop like judging. And in these types of chat, you'd have to be very careful, because you don't want to offend someone and you don't want to hurt someone by saying the wrong thing or giving advice or whatever. Okay, here we go, girls and Jen.
Do you have December 12th? Again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah. It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? Because there were
Right.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent.
Correct.
To sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication.
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from women and infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that, polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact definition.
Okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Excuse me for 1 minute. Apologize. I just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me, so I just need a second. I apologize. Okay, I got it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
correct.
Right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has a baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but lack of sleep.
I know the lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb. She could not focus. Suicidal thoughts,
yes.
We know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to?
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
yeah.
Okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000 according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd. Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Buckingham.
Briefly, please.
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient, based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
virtual visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or a reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasi. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So, right here. Patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that she told me she did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym, that's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician, you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, being December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay, let's do that. Got it? Let me see, please. Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Como, you want to call your next witness?
Commonwealth will call Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Good afternoon. Stop right there.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And why were you going there?
For hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, 2.
2?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
Okay. And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
Okay. And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct, who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were going to what, guide the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, rather than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back and resume with the Commonwealth's case. I'll remind you again, I think you probably know what I'm going to say. No talk about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour. Just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Find yourself a notebook. This, focus.
Okay, guys, so 2 o'clock. So what time is it for yous now? Is it 1 o'clock? Yeah, lunchy. Please like and subscribe and dance and sing. Thanks. Is it 1 o'clock your time now? Ham, cheese and tomato roll, please. I'm going to have my tea now. Do you know what I'm having? Spaghetti on toast. What I'm having? What I feel like? My eyes are closing here. Leanie, get on caps. Okay, well, I'm going to have my dinner. I hope you're all going to be okay chatting there. Will you be okay? Let me know, guys. Do you want me to put this Discord thing on so you can hear when they come on and they start talking about different parts of the trial. Let me know if you want me to play it or you want me to just shut it up and let you all gab. Chow time, BRB. Okay, Lisa. Hey, Lee, the married to lawyers, Erin Blair, Lisa and Blair. Can you get over it? I can't. Two girls married to lawyers. Lisa's had a divorce, though. I don't know what. Blair, are you still with your man? Misty said, me too, I'm just gonna nip quick and get something quick for tea. Okay, I'm gonna have something too. Oh, going grocery ladies, this is so helpful. I can't believe I've waited so long to engage in chat. Well, you know what? At least you found your way now, Blair. And you know, when you get the right people, it's great because there's a lot of chats that you go in, you'll say hello and you won't get a hello back. I've been in many of them. They're not welcoming at all. You can say hello till you're blue in the face. You know, some of them do, but there's not a lot. Get some grub, Maggie. Chat soon. Okay, so are we staying here? Do you want me to put it on? So you can hear when someone comes on talking about it on the court TV. Or just leave it as it is and I'll put out on lunch, whatever, and we'll all meet back here at 2 o'clock. Should we do that? Let me know what you want to do and I'll do it. Not a problem.
Yeah, at 2 o'clock. Should we do that?
Oh,
Hello, hello. I just want to say I'm trying to figure out what time my appointment is, what time I have to leave. Y'all just went tanning in the bedroom with a bottle and a tanning glove.
oh
I'm
my
not a
God.
ghost
Have you,
anymore.
have you done it?
I did it. I'm not a
I've
ghost
just
no more.
straight
I'm
away.
not Casper. Y'all can't tell me I'm Casper no more. Listen, I'm
She put
feeling
it on
pretty
last
sad.
time. It looked lovely. Listen, are you going anywhere for your birthday?
No, why would I go? No, I gotta go pick me out some glasses and find out how much I can't, you know, how much eyesight I've lost in the last 2 years since I've been there. Got in trouble for that. So I'm just trying to figure out what time I have to leave really, really quick. I know there's some flowers sitting outside on my porch. And I need to bring those in. I don't know who those are from. I think I know, but um
I think I know.
yeah, I think I know. So I'm trying to figure out what time I'm supposed to be at my appointment because it takes me about 45 minutes to get there.
I'm
Not that
sure you
anybody
said
cares.
3.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure, you said 3 o'clock, you know, because I was supposed to give my son a lift to the hospital. Do you remember?
Oh, that's right. But weren't we going
But
at different times?
no, but listen, I got it wrong. It's next week.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I texted him last night, yesterday. I said, "What time are we going?" And he said, "It's next week." I said, "Oh God." So it's fine. Yeah. So I'm
Okay.
dying to see the clips as well. It's 6. It's just on 6 here now. So do you reckon between 6 and 7 we're going to see? So I'm going to go out. It's normally at the front. I'll have to ask Gala.
Okay. So,
With the 50,
um,
someone give us a life in the bushes. Come on.
Charlotte, that's so nice of you. We love you guys too. Seriously. Um, you you guys make this all worth it for us. I'm so real. I mean, if it goes away tomorrow, I have been blessed beyond measure with the people that I've met and things about this world that I
100%.
never knew.
Yeah.
And I've made lifelong friends here that if they think they're getting rid of me, y'all, they know my big mouth. I'll be calling them all night. I don't care.
She'll duct
They,
tape you to this
yeah,
chat.
listen, I'm
Hey,
coming to
Lee.
get them. Yes,
I
love.
don't know
I've
whether
got,
it is. We were having a little chat before the ladies. We're gonna, and Alex, if he's welcome. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
okay.
The girls are gonna grab the link. They're gonna go backstage, and then obviously I'll add them to the stage when I've shut everything down. I'm gonna end the live, and then they're gonna chat because Blair's got loads to tell us.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, if I'm not back, I will be listening in the car. I just won't be able to talk or anything like that, y'all, because I really can't chew gum, sing a song, and drive at the same time. I really can't. I can't. Plus, I'm daydreaming, and sometimes I don't even know how I get to where I'm going because I daydream a lot. Okay.
She's dangerous.
Anyways, I am dangerous. So 50 likes. Congrats. Thank you so much. Alex does keep track of them likes. Well, they're going to be gone for an hour, you guys. Do you guys want to watch Brian Enton's interview about
Oh,
this
yeah.
case?
Yeah, exactly.
Just for
Cut it
those
off.
that are going to stick around, because
Yep.
I know some are going to eat. So,
Right, I'm going
Maggie,
to eat now, Lee.
Maggie, you need to pull that up so you can take it down because I'll be
Oh, all right,
gone.
love, I'll stop
Yeah.
sharing now.
So, yeah, Brian Enton did a superb job on this yesterday and talked about
Go
it.
on,
I
babe.
loved it. So I'm going to bid you all a farewell for now. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I appreciate you guys. I will see you tomorrow. This is my last meeting or my last appointment for my eyes and for this week. So I'm good
But
for
Lee,
the rest of the week.
if you're going to play Brian Enton, how will I have any control over it?
Baby, that's why I just said you have got to play it because I won't be back.
Oh, okay. Which one? What's it about?
I can look it up real quick. So just go to YouTube, Mags.
I'm on it now. I'm on
Okay,
Brian
and
Enton right now.
okay, let me look really quick and see which one it is.
While I expected in Lindsay Clancy jury room, it's not going to be pretty.
Yes. Listen to that one. Listen, and it's only 39 minutes, so you will definitely get back to court before. But
Okay.
I thought it was brilliant. I listened to it early this morning. All right, guys, I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the friendship, the love, the encouragement, everything you do, and especially just golly for just being here and hanging out with us. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow, if not sooner, but I will be in chat listening. All right, maybe I should come on live so you guys can help me pick out what color glasses this time. But I don't have any teeth and I'm gross. So I won't be doing that either. Love you guys. Have a great day. Y'all be good at it. See you next time. Bye.
See you later, Lee. Right, so let's see if we can see this. Hold on. Can you see Brian Enton on the screen? Let me know. So okay. So you can see him. Is everyone here wanting to watch this? I'm going to put it on now. Here we go. Talking about what's going on in the back room. Ooh. Let me get that. Why is the sound off? Here we go.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much to everybody for watching my videos and everybody who has subscribed. The Lindsay Clancy trial, it's difficult to watch. And I just finished talking with a jury consultant and body language expert who says it is going to be explosive, she believes, when it finally gets into jury deliberations. She does not think this is going to be an easy one for the jury. It's now been 10 full days of testimony in the Clancy trial. The Massachusetts mom accused of killing her 3 kids and then trying to kill herself back in 2023. She survived, but she's paralyzed from the waist down. And sitting through this trial in a wheelchair at times, she's been openly sobbing in court. It's been a really hard trial to watch so far. There's so many emotions. Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 children, but that's not what's up for debate here. She admitted it in a malpractice civil lawsuit. Her and her team filed 2 medical providers. They filed it against 2 medical providers and their employers. Her defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, said in his opening statements that Lindsay is aware that she killed her children, and she's not trying to deny that. So now the big question for the jury: was Lindsay Clancy, at the time of her children's death, suffering from a mental disease or defect that left her unable to understand that what she was doing was wrong or illegal? Prosecutors say no. They are arguing that Lindsay Clancy planned this and that it was well orchestrated and planned in detail. that she intentionally sent her husband Patrick to run errands so she would have enough time to strangle her 3 kids. But Lindsay's defense team says she was suffering from postpartum psychosis and depression, that she tried to seek help and treatment over and over again, and that she was overprescribed medication and not of a sound mind when all of this happened. All right, so the question is, how is the jury responding to this? What will deliberations look like? Based on everything we have heard so far, how is this going to play out? I'm talking to a body language expert and a jury expert. Coming up, I'm going to dive into the whole thing coming up in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. All right, hey guys. So 10 days into the trial, the prosecution is trying to build its case that Lindsay Clancy was not experiencing postpartum psychosis, that she planned and that she executed the murder of her children. And so much of this case in this trial so far is really about trying to get into the mind of Lindsay in the days, weeks, and months leading up to this just awful, awful tragedy. And I know it's like heavy. It's heavy watching this. I was even telling one of my friends today, like, it doesn't feel like crime. It feels, it does feel like crime. It's a trial, but it's just like a moral dilemma, the whole thing of how to think about all of this. Parts of Lindsay's journal were read in court. She said, "It's like I'm so desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone that my mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me." And she said that she felt guilty and was having a hard time trying to sleep train her son. She said, quote, "I want help. I want to be well." Experts also went into great detail of Lindsay's mental health history. There were 2 psychiatrists who treated Lindsay who have testified. Psychiatrist Dr. Jennifer Tufts. She started treating Lindsay in September of 2022, and that was just what they described as just months before the murders. In court, she talked about her appointments with Lindsay and said there were roughly a dozen sessions. At the first session, she told Dr. Tufts that she was not suicidal, but she talked about being overwhelmed and feeling anxious, leaving her baby. She said Lindsay asked her to help extend her maternity leave, citing postpartum anxiety, depression. "I don't feel mentally well enough to return to taking care of patients with a baby at home that still won't take a bottle." That is what she wrote to Dr. Tufts. "I know this will trigger my anxiety." That was the exact quote. That's what she wrote. Dr. Tufts said that Lindsay was doing what she needed to take care of her baby, but that she felt like the bonding was forced. I just want to say that again. She said that she felt like the bonding was forced. Dr. Tufts said she had an appointment with Lindsay just one day before the murders. And listen to what she said in court.
At any point in time on the 23rd, did she say she was planning to kill her children?
No, absolutely not.
At any point in time during your interaction with her in that session, was there anything about her affect or demeanor, her behavior that indicated to you that she was a danger to herself or others?
No.
So during cross-examination, Dr. Tufts admitted to Clancy's defense attorney that she had never actually met Clancy in person. And this part shocked me. That all of her appointments were done via telehealth.
So is it important, doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes.
And you know that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
Yes.
You know that she graduated, obviously, from college, right?
Yes.
Is she a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall that specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you know that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct? Or did you?
Sorry?
Or did you?
He attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
And did you say hi, how are you, and give a handshake when you came to your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, what is it, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from September till January. 14 appointments?
Yes.
Every single one of them were by telemedicine, weren't they?
Yes.
Until you came in this courtroom Friday, you never saw this woman in person, did you?
Correct.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed.
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
Because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but that's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
Friends say that Lindsay said she told them that she was having dark thoughts because of a medication she was taking, but that she was trying to change that medication and that she was hopeful. And eventually, weeks before the murders, Lindsay went to an inpatient psychiatric facility. And there was another psychiatrist. This one was named Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart. And that was her doctor at the psychiatric facility. And Dr. Goodhart diagnosed her with insomnia and said that she was working to get her on the right medication. Dr. Goodhart said that Lindsay asked to leave a day early from a psychiatric hospital because she wanted to attend her child's birthday party.
What were identified as maybe protective factors that made you feel comfortable that she was safe?
She was future oriented. She was clearly invested in her children. She was a caring mother.
So 2 psychiatrists also took the stand to talk about Lindsay Clancy's mental health after the killings. So this is after it happened. And they say days after the murder, she could not speak because she was on a ventilator, but asked for a pen and paper to write responses to questions. And she wrote that she was horrified and she asked for a lawyer. She also asked, "Is my body broken?" Defense attorney Kevin Reddington has spent a lot of time also going through the medications that Lindsay was prescribed. And there are court records that show that Lindsay was prescribed 13 different psychiatric medications by multiple providers in the 4 months leading up to the murders. Things like Zoloft, there was Seroquel, basically sedatives and mood stabilizers. And he argues that this was a big contributor to Lindsay's mental health at the time. So he's basically been pointing fingers at the medications. While millions of people at home have been following this closely, and I've seen like so many people, even over the weekend, like people were talking to me about this. At the end of the day, it's a jury made up of 18 people, 12 primary jurors and 6 alternates who have been sitting through every second of this trial, and they have a serious decision to make. So what can the first 10 days tell us about the jury? What has resonated with them? What are they paying close attention to? What will the deliberations be like? I want to talk to Dr. Lillian Glass, and she is a jury consultant and also a body language expert. She believes that this is going to be volatile when it gets into the jury room, when it gets into jury deliberation. So here's my conversation with Dr. Glass. Dr. Glass, it's nice to see you. I really appreciate you taking the time to join me.
So great to see you. I really enjoy your work.
Oh, thank you so much. I was so interested to talk to you about the Clancy case, just because it's kind of what everybody's talking about right now. And even like with my friends and family, I know people on both sides. I mean, some people are like, she should go away for life. This is murder. It's criminal. And then I've got other people who I know and respect who are like, no, like she should go to a mental hospital. This is not murder. I'm just I've tried to kind of be objective about the whole thing, but it seems like it's going to be really tough for the jury. I mean, this seems like one of all the cases I've covered, this could be one of the hardest, I think, for jurors.
Oh, this is going to be one of the hardest for juries. There's no question about it, because there's so much emotion involved. And when you do jury selection, Yes, there are questions that are asked. And, they ask if you've had any psychiatric or psychological problems yourself, or a family member that has, or how you feel about people in the psychology field, psychiatry field. And you ask, what about children? Can you take seeing bad things happen to children? And people will say, sure, no problem. Can you separate your emotion from fact? Of course I can, they say. And then when push comes to shove and you're seeing it live and you're looking at baby clothes and you're looking at the instruments that were used to end their lives, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, and they actually showed some of the autopsy photos, which anytime that's involving children, I'm sure for the jurors, that stays with you.
Yes, and when you have the witnesses that are big burly men that are in law enforcement and they're shaken up and their voices are cracking and they feel like to cry, and even though they know the breathing technique where you take that breath in and you hold it and you let it out gently so that you can control your emotions, it's not working because they're fathers too and they are family men and they see this. So it's going to have so many repercussions when you see what's going on in the courtroom. Also, it's important to say and important to add, being on so many cases where I've been in the courtroom with jury selection as well as consulting, it takes you a long time to get over serious cases that are very visual and very stomach churning. And sometimes you never get over it. And these are people that are your, average, normal people that work jobs and have families. And all of a sudden, they're shocked. Their systems are shocked seeing this.
So what do you think it'll come down to? I mean, there's obviously still at least a week left, it seems like, of testimony. But up until this point, when they go into deliberations, I would imagine, just like the people that I talk to, my friends and family, there's probably going to be some division. Where do you think this kind of goes?
Well, you have to also look at the expert witnesses, the experts, her body language. One thing about her body language, it's very genuine. She is really devastated by what happened. And you see her shoulders shaking, she's crying, even though her hair covers her face. She's just devastated. There's one situation where she actually has her hand digging into her lawyer's hand when things have come up. So she is very upset. And people in the jury take note of that. They look at everything. They're looking at her, they're looking at the evidence, and they're looking at the whole picture. Also, you have to look at the psychologists. How did they come across? Some of them didn't come across that well. So you kind of wonder, is this a case where she had a mental issue? Is this a case where there was medication involved? So, you really have to look at everything, but it's a human reaction at this point. And when you look at the whole picture and you see this woman who, yes, her children are gone, but yet she's not like some people you see in the courtroom who just sit there like this, or they, bored or whatever. She's really reacting, and that means a lot.
How can you tell? It sounds like you think she's genuine in her emotion. Because I've been in courtrooms where it doesn't feel genuine with some other people. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you're like, I'm always looking like there's no tears there, but why do you think this is all real?
Because it's being brought to her right in her face with the clothing, with the pajamas, with the, everything that's so real. And again, she's reliving it. And so it's real in the sense that you see what the emotion is. She's not faking it. And looking at body language, as I've done for decades, I can tell you when someone is being genuine and not. And she really is. And the genuine is the emotion that she is broken up by this. And when she takes her hand, this is very telling. When she takes her hand, you can't even see that in the courtroom. I mean, I don't even know if the jurors could see that, but you could see it through the cameras, and you saw her hand over her attorney's hand, and she was squeezing it and, like white knuckling it. And that tells you a lot. And she's just beyond devastated. Again, it can go both ways. On the other hand, the children are dead, and and it's not a pretty picture. So, it just depends what the jury decides, and you can't tell. There may be somebody really strong in that jury that could say, no, no, this is the way it is, or somebody who absolutely refuses to budge. There's a male and female component here to look at. I don't think it's going to make a difference because you've got 12 women and 6 men, and then you've got the alternate. So anything can happen here. It's a crapshoot.
I think when you have cases like this that deal with children, at least from in my experience, where they're killed, it's just black and white for some people. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. You know what I mean? It's like she killed her kids, and I don't need to hear anything else.
Exactly. And that's why hopefully these type of situations are sifted out. I mean, this may be a good thing for the prosecution if people feel like that. It may be a bad thing for the defense. So again, in jury selection, and they get to strike whatever. And so we don't know who's on that jury and who really believes what. And that's going to be the question. Anything can happen here. You can't say it's going to turn out this way. It's going to turn out that way, because everybody has their own emotion about children, emotion about postpartum depression. Maybe some of them have seen it. Maybe some of them have gone through it themselves. Maybe some of them didn't like the therapists that were out there, how they delivered their communication. So that speaks volumes too.
What about her being in the wheelchair and, allegedly trying to take her own life, and she didn't die, but she ended up paralyzed? To me, that's a really important element. Like, if she had just killed her kids but didn't do that to herself, I think a lot of people would be thinking differently about this whole thing.
Exactly. It's not like she just killed them and, there it is. But she did try to kill herself. She couldn't live with it. She didn't want to live with it. And that tells you something. And being in the wheelchair, she's not mobile. She's not like she used to be. The testimony also talking about what kind of a mother she was like before. That speaks volumes as well. If she was kind of a nasty person who did bad things to the children, that's another element. So there's so many different elements here that you have to consider. It's like, a puzzle that you have to fit all the pieces together to come up with the right answer.
So if you were working for the defense, which I know you've done in the past when you've been a jury consultant, they've already got the jury now, but like, what should they be doing? Like, what should they, when they were looking for jurors, what would you have recommended?
Well, look for jurors that basically have had psychological treatment or family members and have not been satisfied with it. People who have had bad reactions from medication, and many have. They've taken pills and it hasn't worked, or it worked for a while. So that's a very important thing to consider. You obviously you can't screen anyone out who had children or who didn't have children, but I think that's the key thing. How do you feel about therapists? How do you feel about the medical system? Do you feel people are getting a fair shake in terms of their treatments? What is about postpartum depression? Have you known pregnant women who have been depressed? Have you been depressed? And have you had a wife or a girlfriend or anybody close in your family or a sister that has gone through a depressive state? So these are the questions that the defense really needs to know.
It's so hard to wrap your mind around, though, like even hearing stories about postpartum depression and having friends who have had issues. It's still different than like killing your own kids and strangling them. You know what I mean? It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to like wrap your mind around that.
It's horrible. And, people are comparing this to the Susan Smith case,
Yeah.
which I analyzed back in the day. And I told people from day one on camera, there's something wrong here. Or she's not telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because you could tell, there's so many signals of deception. In fact, when I give lectures to law enforcement, I use that video to show exactly where the breakdown is. You didn't see that here. And you certainly don't see this with her. But one of the most heartbreaking things is the husband. And you see his reaction, and that's going to go into people's minds too. So there's so much emotion here. And this is one of the most emotional cases. That's why people are riveted to it, because they want to see what's going on.
Yeah, you bring up the Susan Smith case. I actually covered, I think it might have been like a year ago. She was up for parole. So I went to the hearing, and it was so sad because her, the kid's father was there, and he's since moved on and remarried. But that is a very different case. I mean, she lied and she tried to blame the black man and made up this whole story. I mean, it's hard to compare those two.
She was really so deceptive. And when she did the press conference, you see everything, the blinking, the fake tears. This isn't the case here. This is a woman who, she really doesn't care. I was trying to think, what is in her mind? What's going on with her? And at this point, she's pretty calm. She doesn't care really one way or the other. She's lost out on life. She lost out on the kid. She lost out on her physical being. And so, she's prepared to take whatever it is. People think she should be the rest of her life in a mental institution. Maybe that's the worst punishment for her, because or maybe jail or whatever it is. But she's pretty much resolved. I mean, she is going to accept her fate, I think, either way.
Does that have an impact on jurors, like them knowing that about her?
Absolutely, because she's not arrogant. She's not saying, well, wait a minute, let's look at this, let's look at that. If she's not aggressive about things. And I think it kind of puts another spin on it, a little sympathy. Yes, the children are dead. Yes, she killed them. It's horrible. And there's no coming back from that. And you're right. Some people are black and white. No, she killed the kids. That's it. Goodbye. Whatever happens to you, we don't care. And then there are other people that have another take on it and feel, well, if it wasn't for the medical facilities, something would have happened. And she did know she had a problem. This is what will work in her favor. Apparently, she went several times to get help. It wasn't just a one-time thing. That tells you a lot. It's not like somebody ignored it, put it under the carpet. She begged for help. So you wonder who is accountable. There is anger here, but who are you going to be really angry at that caused this? Is it her? Is it the medical establishment? We do know she did try.
What about the husband, or the ex-husband, who is also sort of taking her side in terms of blaming the doctors and saying that this was postpartum? Does that impact the jurors? I mean, will they take his feelings into account?
Oh, sure. Unlike other cases where you've had the husband say, this is horrible, she deserves the worst. I, never, give her the death sentence. We don't care. And you don't see that here because he lived with her. He saw the depression. He saw the postpartum depression. He probably saw her try to get help, and help was not there for her. So he's been there, and his whole demeanor of being supportive of her is kind of a humane act, if you really look at it.
Yeah, it's been one of the sadder parts of this, I think, like just looking at photos of him up on the stand, like, he had all of that ripped away from him too,
Oh, absolutely. And, here's a young man, and, they're starting a family, and he loved his kids, and he loved, I assume, his wife, and wanted her probably to get help. And also there's a financial motive, to be really honest with you too, not only to shift blame where maybe it is deserved there, but there is if somebody has screamed out for help for all those years and nothing has helped them, and they didn't try different techniques or keep in touch with them or really keep a finger on what happened, you've also got some liability there.
What do you mean by financial motive?
Well, not a financial motive per se, but there could be a lawsuit down the road, a civil suit. Like what, they didn't do their job. They didn't help my wife, that type of thing. So,
Yeah.
but that's not in his mind at this point. I think it really is, this is what happened, but it's not to not be considered.
So what do you suspect it's going to be like in that jury room? Like, kind of take me in, because I'm always fascinated by, and I know you've probably like interviewed jurors when they come out, like, when things are over. You have a good idea of what it's like in those rooms. I'm always kind of fascinated by that. Like, what do you think this is going to be like?
Well, sometimes they can go fisticuffs, they can punch each other,
Can they
want to punch
really?
each other out. Oh, sometimes it gets volatile.
Does it
And
really?
sometimes it gets just horrible. They don't just sit there, well, let's take a vote. I mean, somebody's so passionate and they're yelling at the other person, telling them how stupid they are. So, I mean, these are lay people. These aren't like professionals that are going to, oftentimes, they're going to, they're going to say what's on their mind. And the strong ones are, a lot of times, are going to be convincing the weaker ones or the people that don't want to budge. And then they'll go after them. So it's not going to be pretty. On the other hand, it may be, yeah, we all believe the same way. And maybe somebody needs to be convinced. So you put it out there, well, this is why I believe that. And maybe they say, yeah, that's a good point. Or maybe they say, no, I'm not budging. So again, you never know. A lot of times after the jury comes out, they don't want to talk to you. They hate you too. They don't want to have anything to do with anybody.
You mean like when you've tried to interview them afterwards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They don't want to know you. They don't want to talk to you. They'll look down. They don't want to, no, it's over. They don't want to tell you why or why they believe it. You see all these shows on TV where all the jurors get together in this row, a front row and a top row and a bottom row, and they're talking about a case. That's usually not the case. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to be seen. They don't want their identities known. So it's a very emotional thing for them too. Also, they have so much emotional baggage now. Where do they put it? What do they do? Do they go to a therapist to handle all this? How do they cope with seeing this? They can't unsee what they saw, and it's going to be stuck in their psyches forever.
Do you think there could be a hung jury? Because I'm just thinking, could there be a holdout of she killed her kids, I'm not budging?
Yeah, because some people are so, they're saying, no, I hate doctors. I hate psychologists. I hated those two or the women on the stand. She did try to get help. They can say, yeah, I can't stand, I'm not budging. Other people say, but look, the kids are dead. They're dead. What are you going to do? Justice needs to be served for those poor babies. So, you're going to have that type of argument, and it may be hung.
What is your prediction, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot?
Again, I don't know. And that's because I'm professional. I have to say that.
Yeah.
If it was me personally, and I hate that the children are deceased. I despise that because they lost a chance at life. However, if I have to point my finger at somebody, I'm going to look at the medical community very strongly, especially the therapists. I did not like them on the stand. I did not like how they delivered themselves. I did notice that she did go to other facilities and try to get help. So, and I did, in watching her in the courtroom, I didn't hate her. So that tells you a lot.
One thing that I think I would be troubled by is if you go like the postpartum mental illness route. Like I think of like Andrea Yates. I'm pretty sure, and I have to go back and check, I think she's almost gotten the option to leave the hospital at this point. Like they're saying she's recovered. I think for some people, just leaving that door open that Lindsay, she could be free at some point. You don't know how. There's a lot of unknowns there if you go that way, and it's like, is she going to kind of get off easy?
She's never going to be getting off easy because, first of all, she's paralyzed. How easy is that to live a life when you've had a very active life, when you've been in the society where you've been walking and dancing and talking and giving birth, and now it's going to be hard to have another relationship. It's going to be hard to get pregnant if she does. It's going to be hard to function in life. She's paralyzed. And with that comes infections. With that comes, unfortunately, a lot of times early demise. So it's not going to be easy peasy for her.
And I mean, most people are going to always kind of look at her as a monster, I think. I mean, the
Of
fact, even
course.
if it was posted, you can't help but look at her and always think this woman killed her kids,
Of course. I mean, even if she, gets out and she tries to reinvent herself, it'll all come back. They'll know who she is. She has very distinct physical features, and they know the town that she lives in. They know the area, so life is not going to be pleasant for her.
When you talked about how you were a jury consultant, you still are a jury consultant.
Yes.
So if they have jury consultants, are they like sitting there watching and then at night telling the lawyers, hey, I was looking at the jurors, you should try doing this tomorrow? Like, what are they doing during the trial?
You do it immediately. If you shadow it, there are different ways you can work. Sometimes as a jury consultant, you're there picking the jury and you tell what to do. And sometimes the lawyers won't listen to you. I mean, I've had a case where I told the person, please don't pick this person. And they said, why? And I gave my reason. And sure enough, they picked the person, and the person started crying on the way to the jury box. And it was like a dead man walking. And so it depends. Sometimes the lawyers, they think they can do it on their own. And another thing is you can sit there and tell the lawyer, have a little note, ask them about this, or I noticed this. When you ask them this, they had this body language check that out. And then they'll ask the questions in a different way, or they'll expand on things. So in essence, it's to help them a lot. And that works. But not all attorneys want that, because a lot of attorneys, they have that reputation, and it's true. They know best, they know it all. And it's the rare one that's really open and wonderful that listens. A lot of times when I'm an expert witness, their goal is to impeach me. And that's fascinating, because it doesn't really matter, because even if they do, I give everything to the attorney and tell him what to say. Like, we all know in body language, like when a person does this, it means that. And so it helps. And I've been very successful in working with attorneys and coaching them what to do. And the cases have been very, very successful.
Yeah, that's so fascinating.
But for me, it's like I'm their biggest nightmare.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, being deposed, you don't even know your name at the end. I mean, they let you, I remember being in one situation. I did do a lot of TV, as you well know, and they try to make that like it's a bad thing. Say, Dr. Glass, you were on this show, and then you hear the jury go, that's nice. They like it. So, but it is one of the hardest things you can ever do, because people's lives are at stake.
Yeah, yeah. Is there anything else with Lindsay Clancy's body language that really has? It sounds like overall you think she's genuine. Is there anything else that stood out? Just since you're so good at that.
Yeah, she's calm. She's trying her best to not show the emotion. And when she cries, she'll cover her face. But yet with the hair, but yet, the body doesn't lie. It's shaking. It's, tense. It's again, what we're picking up. If I'm picking it up, believe me, the jury's picking it up, because people know how to read body language. Maybe I can explain it to them better, but we all do it. And we all know if we like someone, if they're genuine, if they're not, even if we may have a prejudice against a certain thing, we can also see the truth by how people act, how people react. Also, attorneys are important. If you like the attorney, that's a big deal. And we saw this in the Casey Anthony trial. If you don't like the attorney, that's a big deal too. That plays in it. People loved Jose Baez, and the results. And they couldn't stand the prosecution attorney.
In terms of men and women on the jury, in this case in particular, how does that matter? I mean, I guess my mind would go, well, women might sympathize with her more if they've been, but like maybe it's actually men that would. Like, where do you go with that?
Well, in this case, it's really 50-50. I wouldn't have 12 if I was on the prosecution. I wouldn't have 12 women and 6 men. I would try to get 6 men and 6 women, so it would be even. Because women do feel something different, and it may not work in her favor, or it may. They may have gone through it, or know somebody that's done it, or they may be so angry, but they don't as I said, necessarily not like her. So they may want to put that anger onto the medical profession. So again, I think if it was 50-50, it would be a little more fair. Again, you've got alternates as well. And those 6 alternates, they have to listen to this too and be subjected. And at the end, that's when they get called. So they have to have everything prepared and know their P's and Q's, so to speak.
You never really know which way a jury's going to go, right? I mean, you always hear that.
Never.
But it feels like in this case, you really don't know. I really don't. I don't have a,
Never. You can't put your own wishes on things because you don't know. You're not them. You didn't select the pool. And even when you select the pool, you don't know. You really don't know. And so it depends. You could try your best, but it really depends what's happening in that jury room. Who's in charge? Who's reacting? One of the things they ask you in voir dire in getting a juror, have you been on a jury before? What have you done on that jury? So, they want to know who's the strong one. They analyze your personality real quickly, but they get an idea. Are you a strong one? Are you a little sheep? Are you going to follow what people do? So, that comes in. Again, you never know. You cannot, people say, oh, the justice system, isn't fair. Well, again, because we don't know what's going on. Anything can happen at any minute. And so that's why it's so important, because sometimes justice is not served.
Well, we'll see how this is a hard one. It's hard. Even when I think about what justice is in this, it's a tough case. So we'll see how it goes.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Glass. Thank you for coming on with me. I really appreciate it. It was a great discussion. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Really, really appreciate Dr. Glass for taking the time to talk with me. The trial is expected to last several more weeks. Prosecutors will finish its case, then it'll obviously be the defense's turn. Many, many more witnesses, a lot more testimony to come. And as sad as a story as this is, there are really a lot of lessons to learn here, it seems like. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier about this case. Like, it's not just like the other criminal cases that I cover that we talk about, where it's kind of like, someone did something bad and there was a specific motive. This is much more complex, and it does feel like there's a lot that we can all learn from it, and that medical professionals can learn from it, and that friends and family of anyone struggling with mental health can learn. And hopefully this whole thing will create more awareness for postpartum struggles and what people should look out for. And the whole thing is it's just awful. So I'm going to stay on top of it. Again, it goes on for a couple more weeks. So if there's anything specific that you guys want me to cover, or any experts that you want me to interview related to this case, let me know in the comments. I try to read most of the comments. Sometimes when I can't fall asleep, I just scroll through the comments. So let me know, because we got a lot ahead with this one, and I know it's heavy, but it definitely deserves coverage. So I'll keep you guys posted. As always, I appreciate everybody for watching, appreciate everybody for following along. Thank you to everybody who's subscribed to the channel. And let me know in the comments if you guys have anything specific with this one you want me to dive into. I'm also thinking about doing a live stream coming up. I've never been live on YouTube before, where maybe I take questions and that kind of thing. Just sort of generally. I don't know when I'm going to do that, maybe sometime in the future, but I'm curious what you guys think about that too. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, gang, let's see what's on here now. Give me a minute. Oh, I had to run out into the garden for a bit of fresh air. Been stuck on this chair all day. I'm missing the eclipse. Hang on, let me see what I can have a look at. Oh, will blaming Patrick backfire? Ooh. Play this if anyone wants to listen.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate everybody for watching. Appreciate everybody who has subscribed. I'm continuing to follow the Lindsay Clancy trial and a few really interesting things in this episode that I haven't heard talked about a lot. First of all, you guys have probably seen it on social media.
Yes,
Everybody
Beatrix
seems to
has
have an opinion
started.
about
It's been seen in Liverpool
Lindsay's
between
ex-husband,
6 and
Patrick
7.
Clancy.
My
Could he have
husband
done
said it
more? Was
started,
there trouble
but
in
I
the
had to come in because
relationship?
Brian Enton was
But what's
finishing.
interesting is I have a
I
defense
don't know
attorney and
where about your
criminologist
arse,
on
but
the
you'll have
show
to look
today
on your
who's
phone
going to explain that if any of that was
where
to come
your
out into
arse is to
court,
be.
it would
See your
actually
clips. What time
derail
it's gonna,
Lindsay's
you'll see
postpartum
it if you get me.
psychosis defense. So it would actually be very, very
So she would
bad
want to have
if
kids from
any
there,
of
but
those
we'll
issues,
see.
if they even really
She's
are
been in
issues,
there.
were to come out in
I mean,
court
if it was
for
proved she
Lindsay
did do
Clancy,
it,
which I'll
we know she
explain
done it.
why. I know it's
Or she
kind
done
of
it deliberately.
confusing, but
Yeah.
it's actually fascinating when I get into it in this episode with
Then
Dr.
throw
Casey
away the
Jordan.
key.
Also,
But I
if
do
Lindsay
believe she could
Clancy
never,
is
she could
found
never have
not
loved
guilty
them
of
kids the way
murder,
she did and done that.
what happens
Do you
next?
know what I mean?
I mean, she would go
All
into
right, so I'm
a
coming
mental
now. We've just got to
hospital,
do this. He's
but
shopping to go
how
see the
quickly
eclipse.
could she get out and be a free woman?
Should
The
she get
answer to
out
that,
after 20
based
years or
on
something?
Massachusetts
We'll have
law,
to talk about that
actually
later.
surprised me, and I didn't fully
So I'm
understand
going
it
to go up,
until
guys. I'm going to go
I
and
had
see
it
the
broken down for
eclipse.
me, which
So I'll leave this
I'm doing
one
in this
for you,
episode for you guys.
and you
So
can talk
I'm going to
amongst
get into all of it.
yourselves.
I know it's a disturbing
Please in a minute,
case.
and thanks for
I
being
know
here.
it's a
I
lot,
really do appreciate
but
it. Keep the chat going.
it's also kind of exposing a
This was
lot
Lindsay.
about
This is
issues
oh
in
my
our
God,
society that,
really, fella.
truthfully, I
Anyway,
hadn't
do you know
thought a
whether
lot
you've seen
about.
the
So
message
I'm getting
put
into
in the
all the
chat?
latest in this episode
Amy's
of
just
Brian
been
Enton
stuck on a floor.
Investigates. All right, hey guys. So we've now heard from
Wheel was
several
going round
witnesses about
on
Lindsay's
someone's
mental
lawn.
health and
Finally got away.
medication, and I think it's
See you in a
important
minute.
to replay some of the testimony from the state's first witness, the person who spent more time with Lindsay than probably anyone else, her husband, Patrick. Now remember, the state is arguing that Lindsay murdered her 3 kids deliberately and intentionally. That is what prosecutors are saying. They say that while, yes, she had mental health issues, that she was not experiencing psychosis. Obviously, her defense attorney says that's not true, that it was postpartum psychosis, that Lindsay sought help, that she was overprescribed medication, and that she was not in her right mind when all of this happened. We learned her postpartum struggles started way before January 2023, way before the January 2023 tragedy.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment.
But Patrick says Lindsay's mental health got worse after the birth of their 3rd child, Kaylin. She was having trouble with the idea of going to work. She sought psychiatric treatment. She went to the hospital, and she also sought care from postpartum specialists and all sorts of medications. There's been all sorts of medications that they've talked about. Patrick says on the day of the murders, Lindsay never said the kids were in danger, never said that she needed help or was overwhelmed. And when Lindsay asked him to go run an errand, obviously that is when the worst thing imaginable happened. Patrick actually talked to Lindsay on the phone. About a week later, she called him from the hospital. Imagine what that must have been like. Listen to this.
What did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
So whether it's totally fair or not, some of the conversations have now shifted towards Patrick. Why did he leave Lindsay alone with the children when he knew how much she was struggling? Could he have done more to get her help? Or should he have been keeping a better eye on her? Did he understand postpartum mental illness? Was he struggling too? And again, just there's no way to get around the fact that Patrick suffered an unimaginable loss in this tragedy too, and is having to relive the worst day of his life and live every day with what happened. I mean, imagine what that must be like. He has said he forgives Lindsay despite all of this, though the two are now divorced. To me, the question is not whether Patrick Clancy was a perfect husband, but whether evidence of problems in the marriage, if there were problems, would actually help Lindsay Clancy's defense or do the opposite. And it seems it could definitely do the opposite. And that is according to my guest today, Dr. Casey Jordan, not only a criminologist, but also a defense attorney, understands these cases in a way that is beyond any way that I could understand them, because she's covered so many of them and she's dealt with so many cases somewhat like this. So I want you to hear my conversation with Dr. Jordan. She's got a really interesting take on this. Hey, Casey, it's nice to see you. Thank you for joining me. I haven't seen you in a while. It's always nice to have you on. I was just telling you before we started recording, there's something about this Lindsay Clancy case. I honestly didn't really want to cover it at first. It just disturbed me so much. And it almost felt less crime and more just moral dilemma. And just when I cover a lot of sad things, but something about the kids, the whole thing is very, very upsetting. And I wanted to start out asking you about the husband, Lindsay Clancy's husband. There are a lot of people now pointing fingers at him, saying, he moved to New York very quickly. He wasn't there for her enough when she was going through postpartum and having all of these issues. It sounds like he only went to one of her therapy appointments from what I've heard in the trial. And they're questioning if he could have done more.
I think hindsight being 2020, he wishes he could have done more. But I also think that Patrick is just low-hanging fruit for us to blame, because if we are persuaded by the defense's arguments that she really was in a psychotic state with postpartum psychosis, and that her doctors weren't spending enough time with her and we're just over medicating her. If we dare buy into that theory that she is truly not guilty by reason of insanity or not criminally responsible, as they say in Massachusetts, then we have this deep need for someone to be responsible, for someone to pay. And yeah, the doctors are getting it on that end with the civil suit, but the actual tragedy, who was there, who was the Johnny on the spot, who should have known better, and Patrick is just the only person left to blame. And we do have this deep-seated need, not only for conspiracies, because we love a conspiracy, we love to think that the truth is stranger than fiction, but we also just want to hold something accountable for the death of these three precious children. If it can't be Lindsay, then we want to go to plan B, and Patrick is right there. I haven't seen or heard anything that makes him blameworthy. You have to understand, this is a man who worked full-time. He had complete faith in his wife, who was a nurse, that she knew what was going on with herself and that she would probably alert him. He had never heard of psychosis before. We have to keep that in mind. He's not a healthcare practitioner. He is a man who loves his wife, loves his children, is extremely busy, is trying to be the man who works full time while supporting his wife and taking care of these kids. And at the same time, he doesn't have any medical knowledge that would actually illuminate the situation. When she went to that inpatient care and was released after just a day or two, because she didn't have a very specific plan for suicide, he's trusting the doctors. And I guess that's how I want to leave it, Brian. Before we blame Patrick, he's following everything that the medical practitioners in his life are telling him. That includes his wife, Lindsay, but also the medley of doctors who were just over-medicating her, and right hand didn't know what the left was doing. And we don't even know what cocktail of drugs she was exactly on at that time.
Do you think there could be secrets, though, that we don't know about with Patrick?
I listen, you never know what happens behind closed doors or what secrets people hold. And the bottom line is that it's very tempting and human nature on behalf of all of the cyber sleuths to want to look at the theory that maybe Patrick was having an affair. A lot has been made about his trip to New York. And of course, he has since remarried a woman in New York, a doctor who specializes in fertility treatments. And there's even the rumor that he's had a child. I haven't heard that confirmed, but it wouldn't surprise me. So we are like, oh, that's really quick. Why isn't he grieving for years and years and years about his children? It is not surprising that this man who suffered perhaps the worst tragedy that a father can come home and discover has wanted to find solace in a new relationship, has wanted to put this behind him, has wanted to remarry and perhaps have a new family. Rusty Yates did the exact same thing after Andrea. And who are we to say it's too quick or should have taken longer to grieve? We're all Monday morning quarterbacking, but let's get really to the meat of your question. If he was having an affair and Lindsay discovered that, let's go with the hypothetical that people are positing as part of the conspiracy theory, and she killed the children as retaliation, as payback to Patrick for that affair. Number one, I can't rule out that she had discovered something like that and just never told anybody. So it's possible. But if she came public with that and said, oh, I was down in the basement, I was hacking into his email, I found all these, horrible emails between him and some woman in New York, again, hypothetically, she would never, ever, ever want anyone to know that, because that would establish a motive. When we talk about the women who kill their children to get back at their exes or to make their husbands suffer, that would destroy her insanity defense. So if it's true, she's never going to admit that she knew it, and he's never going to admit that it was happening behind her back and could be an impetus for the killing of the children and the jumping out the window. So I truly believe that if it is possible, it is a truth we will never, ever, ever know, because for all the right reasons, he doesn't want people to know, because he can't handle the guilt if that was the impetus. And she doesn't want anybody to know that she discovered it, because that would destroy her insanity defense. But I'm going to tell you, as a criminologist and a lawyer, I truly don't think that both of them could keep that secret so carefully. I think it would have come to the surface by now by people who knew about the affair, if it were true. So I'm erring on the side of just in the face of no evidence of an affair, I'm going to assume there is no affair.
It's so interesting you say that, because so if you're Lindsay's lawyer, and I get what you're saying. I mean, there's no evidence of an affair, but if there was one that she told him about, it's really in her best legal interest to anything he did wrong, the husband did wrong. You really don't want any of that to come out.
Correct. And, you can have this kind of like sealed fate between people who suffer from guilt. I don't want to move this totally into like the JonBenet realm, but there are many people who think that John and Patsy were equally responsible for their daughter's death, and both have something on the other. And so it was a secret that we'll never know and went to death with Patsy. But the whole point is, the lawyer may or may not know about something that would have been the impetus for this, but it would never be something that they wanted to come out, because right now, her 3 years of begging for help, for psychiatric help, for reporting and going to doctors for her bipolar. She had these manic episodes, lost all this weight, went on these exercise kicks, was running marathons. I mean, she was the poster child for bipolar. And then when you have postpartum psychosis on top of bipolar, you can get a result just like we've seen in the death of these children. But if the affair happened and it has nothing to do with her psychosis, it would be the perfect slam dunk for this prosecutor who's going after her like a tiger to say, oh, this is just, a scorned woman. This is just a woman who's getting even. Hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned. If she knew that Patrick had an affair or was seeing somebody on the side, she killed the children just to make him suffer. I don't buy it, but if that came to the surface, if that were a Perry Mason moment in this trial and that was introduced, this would slide everything towards the prosecution's argument.
just watching today and yesterday, it's made me think about so many things, Casey, that don't even have to do necessarily with this trial, like just bigger societal problems. Like even the fact that she only saw her psychiatrist on telehealth when she was having serious problems. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem good.
I have to tell you, I 100% agree with you. It is incredibly convenient for therapists and doctors to do telehealth. You don't have to have any overhead. You just, you can do it from your home office. The money still keeps coming in, but it's a bad idea for a lot of symptoms. And I know you're going, well, with psychiatry, who cares? It's not like you have to put a tongue depressor in their mouth and check down their throat, but it does matter. It matters because you can't see if she's wringing her hands underneath the desk that she's talking from. You can't see if her knees are jittery. You can't see if she is just wearing stained clothing from the waist down, that show that she's given up on just taking care of herself, and in terms of self-care and in terms of just doing her laundry. Are her nails trimmed? Are they dirty? Does she have applesauce all over her jeans? Things like that you would know if she came into the office and be able to see her in real time. The other thing, Brian, I think you bring up is just that these healthcare providers, and this is really the fault of the insurance companies that don't want to pay them, they churn these accounts like crazy. They really have tremendous pressure on them. Literally algorithms built into their software. You must see the patient they go 17 minutes is all that she ever saw. Some of these doctors, I'm like, that's 7 minutes more than most doctors spend with their patients. And I don't want to hold the doctors blameless on this at all, because I do think that there's a lot of blame to be pointed in their direction, and the civil suit will take care of that. But at the same time, they're under tremendous pressure to see 100 patients, in a week, in a day sometimes. And I think she was getting typical treatment, not good treatment, but really typical treatment from these healthcare providers.
This is still supposed to go on for a couple more weeks. What do you think we'll see from the defense side?
Well, we've got a defense attorney in Reddington. He is a pit bull.
Yeah.
He is in his 70s. He's tried, I think, hundreds of cases, and he's really good at what he does. I have never seen anyone like such a firebrand on cross. I mean, yes, he's in the top 10, I would argue. And they were very smart to get him. He has collected his evidence, and he has already made a very strong move with this civil case. Shouldn't be taking these two things together. I mean, did they ever have these conversations with her? Or what scares me the most is they're like, oh, you're a nurse, you know what you're doing, without any credence to the fact that she's an incredibly mentally ill new mother. Maybe they trumped that with her nursing background status, didn't ask her the right questions, or just assumed that because she was a healthcare provider herself, she would know what to do. But the fact that her pill bottles were in the vehicle belonging to Patrick because he was taking them to her healthcare provider. You know how your doctor says, bring all your meds with you, because they want to know what you're taking, and you can't remember everything. And there were some in the nightstand drawer, some in his car, some around the house. I mean, this woman was drowning in drugs in just the 3 or 4 months before this horrible incident happened. And I truly think she was over-medicated, that there were contraindications between some of these drugs, that no one was making sure that she was titrated off the drugs that she was taking. There's a lot of very specific care that goes with taking these mental health drugs, both the antidepressants and the mood stabilizers, and of course the anti-anxiety medications. You take too many of them at once, or you're not off of the old one when you start the new one. This can happen. So to answer your question, I think all of this is going to be brought up. It will be a battle of the experts, but I think this defense attorney is going to bring on experts that are just going to completely hammer home the fact that Lindsay Clancy was not of this world when she killed her children. She was in a psychotic state caused not only by the postpartum psychosis, but perhaps aggravated by a cocktail of drugs that she either wasn't in control of her doses or was making mistakes on how she took them.
Do you think we could see a hung jury at the end? Because there are some people, at least that I know that I've just been chatting about the case with. Some people are very black and white on this issue. I mean, they do not have sympathy for Lindsay Clancy because she killed her 3 kids. They don't care about the mental illness component. And it's just like, this is awful and she's got to pay. I mean, if there's a couple of those or even one of those on the jury, I think that could happen, don't you?
I absolutely do think it would happen, but for exactly the reasons you say, because people are operating with emotions instead of the rule of law, instead of logic,
I'm just going to put a
instead of
couple
going
of
through the
pictures
evidence.
up
We
of
see
your
that happen
clips.
all
The only way that you
the
can see
time.
them, my eyes are
That's why we
Hold on.
always say that cases are won or lost in jury selection. And in this particular case, you know, we have these 12 women and 6 men, okay? And I've done a lot of background research on Andrea Yates' second jury in her second trial, the one that found her not guilty by reason of insanity. And I truly believe that they had a very good jury on that second trial, and which is the reason that she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. The key was that they specifically chose women who, even if they were mothers, were older mothers, mature mothers, maybe in their 50s or 60s, not the mothers of young children. And they went for very highly educated people. I think 2 of the women had psychology degrees on the Andrea Yates trial. It just shows, you know. So what will we get with this jury? We don't know who the alternates are going to be until the very end.
Yes,
right? And then they decide who's going to deliberate and who's going to be an alternate. They all have to listen with equally open ears through the whole trial, not knowing whether they will be on the deliberation team or not. In theory, we could get 12 women in this jury trial. And I think that would be terrible for the defense, because if there are any young mothers there, I think will be almost impossible for them to override their education and logic and get away from their emotions. And that could be very bad news for Lindsay Clancy. But if we get it, I would like to see 6 men, 6 women in the final jury. I would like to see a really nice balanced cross section. And I'm really not afraid if there are young mothers on that jury or mothers of younger children, as long as they are what we would just call educated. And it doesn't mean college educated. It just means well-informed and willing to suspend those emotions and go to the rule of law and work their way through it exactly as the judge instructs them. And then we'll have a clean verdict, I think. I don't think it will be hung, because I think that even if you get 1 or 2 people who hold out, if you've got the majority voting one way or the other, in our experience, they usually are able to convince the 1 or 2 holdouts and get a verdict in the end.
What did you say it's called in Massachusetts, like insanity? What do they call it there? You said in the beginning.
We don't call it not guilty by reason of insanity in Massachusetts. It's called not criminally responsible. And Massachusetts is a little odd in a number of ways. For our listeners and viewers, every state has its own rule of law with regard to the insanity defense. Some states, like Texas, use the McNaughton rule, which is the harshest of all the insanity defenses and almost never successful. And the bulk of states have switched from that to what we call the model penal code or substantial capacity test. And that's what Massachusetts uses. It's not a black and white thing where you must be suffering under such a disease of the mind or defective reason so as to not know. McNaughton rule says you must know that what you're doing is wrong and that everyone else thinks it's wrong too. That the general society would condemn this as wrong, and that you don't think society is wrong, you agree that it's wrong and you do it anyway. So people who don't know the difference between right and wrong are eligible for the insanity defense. With the substantial capacity test, the wording is softer. You're under a disease of the mind or a defective reason, so not to appreciate or understand the wrongfulness of your act. So in other words, whereas McNaughton rule is very black and white and dichotomous. It's a yes-no question. With substantial capacity, think of it as looking at your ability to reason as a jar that is half full, half empty, gradations. And that your ability to understand in that moment when you commit the alleged.
Right, guys, I've turned that off. I've just seen a bit of movement there, so let me get back onto this and share it. I've stopped that there. You can go back on it. If you want to see it, I can do it. Oh God, my eyes. Do you know what? I'll sleep tonight. That's what I am for nosy. I was in the Discord last night and everyone was talking about the case. Everyone, I think everyone with like the mods that we've been together for years, we're all there at the same time, but it was my night time. It was early hours in the morning. So I was falling asleep. So I fell asleep with my headphones on listening, but I've been listening for hours. So I didn't get up till like 10:30 this morning. But I'm shattered. I've only had I think I've had 3 hours sleep. I listened all night. It was great listening to the different discussions about this. It was really good to listen to. Hold on. I'm gonna turn the mic off because there'll be murder in a minute. My son's there and my husband's there. There'll be murder. Do you know what? It's quicker to just say I kept going off, waking up, going off, waking up. That's the way it was right through the night. Oh, it was just brilliant. I thought this is better than listening to something on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? I hope you're all in there tonight. I'll be made up. Right, let's see if I've got the sound on. No, I haven't. But it is now. Let's just make sure I'm right along. I'm not behind. Let's see. Right, so I'd love that there. How can I share that there? What's on the screen? Because that's good to put in. You know, when someone's saying what's going on here, what's the case and stuff like that. It's funny though the way you say, go and look it up. I'll end up panicking and looking for everything to try and tell them. But I can't even I can't even copy and paste that. So let's have a look. So if I click on that, it doesn't let me. No, it won't let me do a copy and paste.
Control V.
This is what they've put here. And it's about the case. People come in all the time as you're listening and want to know what the case is. So I can't copy that. Now we're on live. Oh, he's just done it. Shut up. Now I just paste. Hang on, because it goes off sometimes. Woohoo! Let me do it. Woohoo! Made up. I've got a clever husband.
Where have you pasted that?
I haven't pasted it. I'm going to go in the chat now and paste it.
Right, okay.
Do you get me?
Yeah.
This is the live they're watching. Oh, God. So, I know, yeah. Get a good lunch, don't they? Here's me up and down by the minutes, terrified in case I miss the start for yous. Right, so listen, look at this. Isn't this good? Why has that defence got a wrong thing under it? Must have spelt it wrong. And they have. So I shall fix it. This is going to do it in doing it in 2 parts. Wonder if I can do a banner. Would I be able to do that? I'll have a go, can't I? Time it off. Into banner. Sorry guys. No, it's not in here. I don't know what it says on the end of that. Let me just take that bit off. Talking to myself. What was that last bit? Let's have a look. Oh, it hasn't it? I tried to put it on a banner so I can just click on it to send it in. It gives the names of the kids and then it cuts off, but I can't see the names of the kids in here. Have I? Oh yeah, okay. So it misses after 8 months old. That's where it misses. It doesn't put all that in it. I wish there was somewhere I could put that up. Anyone have a clue? I'm trying to be professional here. Does anybody know? Where are they with this lunch? Right, tell you what. Wonder should we have a little bit of leaning music, just so you can have a little listen to. Hey, let's see what one we play.
She started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leedy, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear, a friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lee, according to Lee, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear, a friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cuppa or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On According to Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On According to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On According to Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On According to Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here.
We could just go back to that.
That's Leanie, guys, in chat. Do you believe that? Do you believe they've just done that again? Come on, and then just gone off. It doesn't make sense. So I think what Leanie means is the flooders. Remember I told you before when I came back? The flooders, they're in floods. The houses are like, you want to see how much rain there is. The water, it's right up. Like I say, Leanie got stuck on someone's lawn. The wheel was just going around and around. Terrible. Lee, if you're gonna chat, love, put your caps on so you know who's who out of us. You'll know me anyway, because I don't spell right. Oh, movement. It's really bad, guys. I should just... Lainey, if you've stopped, take a picture, send it to me and I'll bring it up. They are bringing them boots
While we're
to
waiting,
too. Send me a picture, Lee.
for the jury, it just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay. We all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. That would give you a couple extra minutes to look at the solar eclipse while you're out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case.
No, love, I haven't got my mic on.
Commonwealth,
Not
call
me.
the next witness, please.
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, Letitia Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226.
We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the truth and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah. Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an assistant deputy superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called Hospital Watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach.
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Just going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep. Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
All right, those may be admitted.
227. Only says she has got a bearing.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
Same objection as decided by a judge. It's not contested. It's not necessary.
All right. Same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and share the good and outcome between I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, Renee Stonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated
it's
with
on now.
honors,
Can you
magna
see what
cum
I'm
laude.
sharing?
After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York.
You can hear it.
I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1 clinical pathology and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
Okay, as long as you
What
can
is your
see and
role
hear
at the
it.
Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role
She's
there
only just
is
come on.
the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken, and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there is hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area. And because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rayton? Hold on here. Council, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right. So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out. We'll come right back. Okay.
Court, all right. Jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
Oh, God. Can she ask not to be there? Chris, she might not have known she was doing it. She was in a state of psychosis.
In the courtroom.
Everybody, in the court.
Oh, God, she's inconsolable. Imagine, listen, guys, if this is real. Oh God, she didn't, if this is real and she didn't do this, and she was really in a state of psychosis, then my heart goes out to her, because can you imagine coming to knowing what you've done? I'm sorry. It must be absolutely brutal, just awful. Another break. Another break. What's going on? Are they waiting until she stops crying? Did they not realise? Can she ask to be out? She can be asked to not be there, can't she? Or can she? I don't know. Oh, God. And she's got to hear about the other two now then. The other two kids. Mary Jane Doe said, the only time I can cry, even when something really crazy or scary is happening, is around my parents. Other than that, I can't. Shut up, MJD, can't you? Oh my God. Have you always been like that? So hang on, haven't you got no emotion? If you're not having a period, you've got no emotion. So if you're seeing something really sad, it wouldn't upset you. There's a name for that. Psychopath. No, there's a name for that. Let me look it up. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on, girl. Hold on. Let's have a look. What it means. When you see upsetting things but can't cry. What does it mean? What does it mean? Get ready, MJD. It says, now I think it's from years on antidepressants. They don't only take away the bad feelings, they take away the good feelings too. Oh, that's so sad. Let's have a look what it says on here. Not being able to cry when you see upsetting things usually means your mind and body are using a defense mechanism called emotional numbness or disassociation. By your nervous system feels overloaded by stress or trauma, so it shuts down your feelings to protect you from getting too overwhelmed. There you go. It's exactly what you said. Long-term stress or exhaustion leaves you with no energy left to process big feelings. Conditions like depression or certain medicines like SSRI antidepressants can flatten your emotional range. Oh, MJD, come here. Let me give you the big hug. Oh, girl, that's so sad, that. How long have you been off them? Didn't know that happens. Fucking terrible, that. These are having a joke being on this long. MJD says, I've been on my period the last 5 days or so, and every upsetting thing that I've watched, I have cried. Oh, that's just weird. You've been on them since you were a teenager. Well, no wonder, girl. I'm so sorry for you, I really am. That is absolutely awful. I never even knew that could happen. I never even knew it. Have you ever tried to come off them, MJD? Wolfpack, I'm just tuning in for the first time ever. I don't know a thing about the case. What's the deal? How and where do I read about it? You can look online, Lindsay Clancy. I'll put a little banner up now. Let's have a look. And I'll see if it'll work for you. So bear with me. Bear with me. I'll try my best while they're on a break. If you read the screen now, it's not that one. Hang on. Right, here you go. We are following the Lindsay Clancy trial, a mother who murdered her 3 children in 2023. She has admitted to killing her children, but this trial is to prove postpartum or intent. That's what I wrote. I wanted this one. Massachusetts mum Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 young children inside the family's home in January 2023 before attempting to take her own life. Cora 5, Dawson 3 and Callan 8 months old. She strangled them with exercise bands. Now, I did have all that information, but for some reason it's not letting me put it all in. It's too long. I should try it another part really. So I hope that helped you understand. And there's a great group in the chat who'll all help you and welcome you in. Thanks for coming in. If you could please hit the like, and maybe after the show you might like the group and come back and want to subscribe. So we'll be made up, Wolfpack. Thanks a lot. I'm going to see if I can get that other part now on here. Bear with me, please. So, now it's only letting me away. Let me it's tempting. Let me take all that out. Oh, this is terrible, this, isn't it, eh? No, it's not letting me put the rest of the story in. It only lets you put so many lines in, so it's crazy that because you should be able to put it somewhere for the whole story. It's like when I put it here. Oh, thanks very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. You can read this, but it's again, it's only letting me put so much. It's not giving the push, but she used exercise bands to strangle the 3 of them and then slit her wrists and what have you with a knife and thrown herself out of the window. But she didn't die. She's in a wheelchair in the course and she's now paralysed from the waist down, paraplegic, if that's how you say it. Let me take that banner off, eh? Here we go. We're ready. But it's only bits and pieces here. We have been here for 13 days. Nice to meet you all, Pat. Oh, that's nice of you ladies. It's good, you know, the way you say hello to people that come in and welcome them, because it is bad. I mean, I don't know whether any of you have ever gone to another chat. I'm not saying all at all, but the most I've been in were so rude. You say, hello, just joined or whatever. You don't even get a hello back. So it's 13, isn't it 13 tomorrow? Yeah, 13 days tomorrow. Because I've done all the schedules till Friday day 14. I think he or she's gone to look it up, and they've subscribed. Yeah, 12 today, day 12, exactly on the 12th. 12 days on the 12th of August. Hello, Maggie Hunt. Who's Maggie Hunt? I can't see what user saying. She must be over in the other chat. Maggie, if you can hear me, love, we've got two lives going. It's guys, can you send her the link wherever she is, because I can't see it at all in here. Aren't I supposed to see everyone? The live is still going. They've just had to take a break for a minute because the mum, Lindsay Clancy, was sobbing. Now I can't see any Maggie in here. Can't see her. This is what I can see. The last post is from Misty. Then Mary Jane Doe, Lisa, Charlotte, Mary Jane Doe again, Misty, MJD, Dolores, Misty, Lisa. Oh yeah, Maggie Hunt. I apologise, Maggie. Hello, love, and welcome to chat. Please feel free to share your opinions. Everyone here, we've all got different opinions, but no one bashes each other. We're all adults, we all debate, and it's a great group. So you're very welcome to join in. We've been here now for 13 days, 12 days, like the girls have just told you. So we're in every morning. American time is 9 a.m. and UK time is 2 p.m. So you're welcome to join us. It'd be nice to have you. Oh, brilliant, MJD. Charlotte, I think Wolfpack's gone to look up on the case. Oh, this is hysterical, this, isn't it? Where are they? I'm sitting crocheting. Do you know what? I'm doing a baby blanket. I had to stop doing the cardigan because it near fitted my husband's. I don't know where I had to pull it all out. I was fuming. And you know what? What's even more making me fuming is I don't think I've got enough. 3 balls, I've got 300 grams to make a little cardigan for a 5-year-old. I thought it'd well be enough. Don't think it is though. Gotta get more. They've been out more than in today. I know, more breaks than fucking whatever. Than what's it called? Orthopedic clinic. More breaks than an orthopedic clinic. Yeah. Oh God, I wonder if they're like debating to say she shouldn't be in the course. They need to get it out. That could be seen as swaying the juries. What do you think? Because you know they'll use anything, won't they? They'll use anything. Just think, guys, Leanie, she's only got a couple more now. A couple more appointments and she's going to have her teeth. I feel like she's been waiting for these teeth forever. But I'm going to miss that gummy face, let me tell you. Because every time she FaceTimes me, she pulls her face. And it's the funniest you've ever seen. I'll make her take her teeth out and do it. Dolores Snow course isn't back on. I'm bouncing around here. No, it's there. We're still live with it. But it's nothing's going on. They're on a break. Oh, God. I mean, it's 8 o'clock in the night here. Been here since 2. All of us. Well, you's a 9, I know that. But, do you know what I mean? There's only so much you can look at that blue thing on the wall. The Massachusetts badge thing. 3 p.m. there. Wish it was 3 p.m. here and then I had the rest of the day to do stuff. When I finish this, I have an hour and then I go to bed. I've just got the fan on. Oh, I couldn't cope. The intense heat was terrible. I wonder what we're having tomorrow. Let's have a look. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow?
Tomorrow in Liverpool, it looks like there will be partly sunny weather, with a high of 29 degrees Celsius and a low of 17 degrees.
29 degrees tomorrow. It got to 33 or 34 here. Oh, God, I never sat out in that sun. Here we go. Movement. Well, kidding us. It's roasting in Texas, isn't it, Lise? Boiling us. Is it always boiling there? Oh, go on, do a nice spy. Let's see if we get it. Go on. What is this? Something beginning with what? Lisa, by the time you give us the letter, they'll be back. Hurry up, come on. Chop, chop. A couple of the jurors were caught crying. Where did you see that? Oh. Listen, if she's been out of her mind, and yeah, I can't say that she was such a loving mother. I don't care what anyone says. She was loving. She adored her kids. You can see it. And to go from that to that, she didn't know what day she was in. She snapped. She totally snapped. And if that's the case, my heart is broke for her. Something beginning with P. So it's got to be something on that court page there, hasn't it? Or the chat. P. What? P. Am I the only one doing this, or is everyone else? I'm trying to think what you can see. Can you see the same as me? Paneling, Lisa said. Oh, Lisa's too clever. She gets everything. I was thinking wallboards. Go on, Lisa, your turn. You won. Yeah, the ball. Wallboards, we call them. Don't let the sun go down on me. Woohoo, okay, I spy something. I remember when I was young, me and Susie had so much fun, holding hands as we stones. But the biggest thing I ever done was the dance on the crocodile. Lisa, what's that mean? Well, there's not much. Wait, quote. Try again. You're my friends. Thanks, Luxury. Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, Crocodile Rock. I remember when Rock was young. Me and Susie had so much fun. Holding hands and skimming stones. Woo! Can't sing it. Get on. But the biggest thing I ever done. How you doing, Luxury? I bet you any money. They say these are going to stop this until tomorrow. What's the betting? They're going to leave it till in the morning. Got a feeling. I got a feeling. Ooh, that tonight's gonna be a good night. Who remembers? Now, you got to be my age, so I don't know how old you ladies are, but I think you're a lot younger than me. Who remembers? Oh, God, I can't think of it now. Hold on. Gone out my brain. Oh, my God. Totally gone. I'll have to think about it. God, what was it? You can do magic. You took the raindrop that fills my eyes. Can't sing no more. And the chorus is, you can do magic, baby, magic, baby. Anyone here remember it? Hello, Luxury. You coming in to give us a song? Oh, I hope Leonie doesn't get a copyright now. I don't think she will, but only singing that bit, little bits. I know people who play music and don't get a tap, don't get nothing. And they do it almost every day. And nothing happens to them. Who remembers the Shylights? Do you know what I wish I was thinking before? I wish that in the break I could play all the Motown all the Motown songs, right? So we could all have a little sing-along listening to all the old 70s and 80s songs. But now we can't. And there's no way of doing it on here. You'll get done. That's what I've just said. I don't think they're gonna continue it today. Because if this is what it's about, which obviously they're talking about Cora, you've got to go through Callan and Dawson. Yeah, at least. So I don't think they're gonna, and maybe they'll tell her not to be in the courtroom. She's best not being in the courtroom. I mean, in one way, it's good. It's showing her emotion and showing that it's really cutting her up to be hearing this, knowing that she's done that, you know what I mean? And they're talking about doing an autopsy on a baby. I hate the thought of anyone I love having an autopsy because it's so brutal. I know you said, I get that, but it's just so brutal. It's like when someone dies and you get them embalmed. Oh my God, I never give it a thought. You know, when I looked into that, I will never forgive myself for getting my mum and dad embalmed. Oh my God, it's terrible. Like here, if someone dies, you bring them home. Not everyone, some people put them in a funeral parlour, but it's a big thing that you bring them home here. But it is turning, a lot of people are not doing that no more. So they have to be embalmed if you want to view them, which I understand that. So I thought, well, you know what? No one's seeing me because I'm not getting embalmed, okay? I want to be dead and then just put in the coffin. The thought of them undertakers touching me terrifies the life out of me and terrifies me the thought of being in a mortuary. Oh my God. I'd rather be embalmed than go in a mortuary. The thought of being by a dead body, now I know I'm a dead body as well, but terrifies me. Well, I'd have thought they'd well done that by now, Charlotte. But, I mean, there's going to be loads we need to see. No wonder it's going to be ages. We don't know exactly when she mentioned the kids, when she first mentioned admitting that she'd done it. And they must have questioned her over it. What did you do? Who did you do first? Blah, blah, blah. Because that's what they do. They go into everything, don't they? So we've got all that to go through, and I can't wait today, as well as what she's mentioned them kids. I just can't. But I can't begin to understand how she can go from that loving mum to strangulating them kids. I can't. Is anyone else with me? Lisa, welcome to the Mad Mods. Oh, wait! Oh, Lisa's a mod. Hey! Lisa's been here since day one with us. Well done, Lisa. Now, Mad Mod. Make sure you're in at 9 in the morning or you're getting sacked. Not 1 minute over, Lisa. I need a doctor's note. If you're 5 minutes over and need a doctor's note, 10 minutes, you lose your wrench. It's up to yourself. Welcome to the Mad Mods. Oh, can you imagine? Oh, God, Dolores now. And you know what? It's just a job to them, isn't it? But they did, every one of them, like I've heard talking, because I gave a look at all that, believe it or not, says that when it's a child, it's heartbreaking for them. Do you know what I mean? It really is. Hi, Britty. Welcome back, girl. You're under the thumb now, Lisa. Do as you're told. You want a Maggie's mods? Me and Leanie are gonna make you work for your money now, even though you don't get paid. And Misty Blue's here. My whole world turns misty blue. Oh, it's been such a long, long time.
All right. Council, can I see it sidebar?
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
They really just done that again. I didn't believe that. To turn my volume up, I had to turn it down before because leaning here blows my ears up and makes that loud. I can't believe they've just done that. Cannot believe it. Oh my God, Brissy, you get a wrench. 9 o'clock in the morning, Brissy, not a minute later. You know, these mods in here, now the punishment for not turning up. Oh, congrats to you. She's well deserved it, girls. She's been here from day one. Kept the chat going. Everyone that's come in along with the other mods. It's been amazing. You've really helped us. Especially me when I'm on my own because I haven't got a clue like Leanie.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. All right? But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be. It cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right? So you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal-Olsen.
Same objection. All right. Same finding and analysis.
No, ma'am. Sound like you raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give before
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas pancreas, and I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into two parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please. All right. 10 minutes. 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 10
Oh God, her sisters have gone over to her. Oh God. Oh,
Recess for a
let
few
them
minutes and then
believe
come
it.
back. We'll speak to council in
Me
regards
neither.
to schedule. Okay.
They're not going to be able to have her in the room. I mean, they're not even getting to the other part yet where it's more brutal. Oh God. Oh God, guys. Oh, feel a bit sick. Can you just imagine if that was you coming to and realising your 3 babies are gone and you've got no memory of it, but she must have had some memory, mustn't she, for her to admit that she did it. Oh God. Oh, when did she realise? Yeah, she needs more help when she's going to the likes of this. Yeah, Brissy, I'm the same. It's on the edge. Oh, it's made me feel sickly. No, I don't think she did, Misty. Oh, God. How old's your youngest, Lisa? Ah, I'm an empath. I'm terrible. Lainey said, I think she's allowed to petitate the court not to be there during time. Put your caps on, Lainey. Is that right, you all? I think, what's that word? I think she's allowed to petitate the court not to be there during time. Is that right, you all? Well, I thought she had a right. Oh, to petition. I think she's allowed to petition the court for her not to be there during that time. I said the same before, Leonie. I thought she could. Empathy for a woman who unalived her kids was not on my bingo cards. Listen, it wasn't on ours to begin with. I was like, no, I just couldn't get away from she done it. But when you hear the evidence, and it's right when they say you've got to sit and you've got to listen to evidence. And you just see a loving mother. Now, listen, I know you can fake, but there's only so much you can fake. Every one of her friends, because I wouldn't for a friend, I wouldn't say my friend was a good mother if she wasn't. If knowing that she's killed her kids, I'd be like, no, she wasn't a good mother at all. I'd sing like a starling. I would have told her before it ever got to that she was a shit mother. I'd probably reported it if she was a shit mother. But she wasn't. She was a loving mother and wife. You could see it in all the pictures. How can you go from that to this? You know, and where's Patrick? Yeah, where's Patrick? Thought he was standing by it. Where is he? Is he in that course? Because let me tell you, if he was, the camera would pick him up. They'd be well looking at him at points. I know, Misty. I'm the same. I've been all over the place. I've had so many scenarios going on in my head, I didn't know which one to believe. I believe it, then I don't. But this now is saying to me, no. And that, getting him out the way for 12 minutes, to me, just makes me feel like who would give themselves 12 minutes to kill 3 kids and not allowing for anything to go wrong if you're really intent on taking someone out and then to kill herself. I'm sorry, there's no way you will give yourself 12 minutes. You know, I'd say half an hour. It's, I don't know what anyone else thinks. He's already made one, hasn't he? He already got a son. Yeah, he's already got a son. He's probably out with the day, pushing the pram with his wife. Oh my God. He should be there for his kids. Wow. Wow. No, you're not bad. You're not bad, Dolores. You're not bad at all. You can speak your mind in here as much as anyone else. No one will ever say anything about you. I don't even know what you think you've said. My kid's picking up in about an hour. Shit, I got red eyes already. Oh, you got a heart, girl. Now, we've all said that about Patrick at the beginning when we found out. Got pictures of him with his new wife. We were like, what? So he chose to get married. He's been with her since 2023. Yeah? And he chose this year to get married, the year this trial was on. Whether his ex-wife, is guilty of postpartum psychosis, whatever, or she intended to do it. And he's not here. Wow, that speaks volumes, doesn't it, eh? That speaks volumes. That was that wife I'd be going, you need to be in that course. You should be there every day. He's have to go and stay closer so we could go that course every day. I mean, I don't know how far. Oh, does he live in Massachusetts? Does he live in Massachusetts? Sorry again, not used to using the phone. Well, I think you use that word. We don't, so I wouldn't have put that, Lee. So don't worry. He can't attend. He is a witness. No, he's already been a witness. How can he get called back he could get called back to testify? How far is New York from where that is, Leanie? I think everything's round the corner because it is here. I thought once they've let go of him, that he can sit in. I'm sure they said that to him when it finished, that he could sit in if he wanted to. Sure. New York. So how far? I thought he was gone, like, how far from where she is now, Massachusetts, is New York? Chrissy said, if my kids were killed, I don't think I would be able to get into a relationship that fast. I wouldn't even be thinking about it. Here's your mate, I wouldn't either. I'd still be in a world of my own. I'd be literally in a world, and I thought of having another baby. I'd be terrified. I'd be terrified. Lisa couldn't get out of bed. I mean, I've been in depression where I couldn't get out of bed. It's absolutely awful. Hated waking up. It was the darkest part of the day. I just had this feeling of dread all over me, like something drastic was going to happen. I couldn't shift the feeling. The worst of it, the heaviest of it, was of a morning when I'd opened my eyes. It was terrible. He's 4 hours from the case. Well, he needs to get a hotel. It depends on the city because New York is right next to Vermont, Massachusetts. New Jersey surrounded by states. Okay. Now we could be recalls. Okay then. I thought that was it. He was done with. Well, why isn't he being recalled to take some account, eh? Why could that happen? Could that happen? That he could be made to be accountable for, not putting his children in a safe place, knowing that she told him she was having thoughts. Could that happen? Yeah. Needs to get a hotel and a sack of balls, Leonie said. Where are you now, Lee? You haven't looked at my cards that I sent you in your messenger. Best you get over there, bitch. We know what's going to happen, don't we, guys? We know this is going to be left now till tomorrow. So, who wants to come up backstage after this? Just follow the instructions. If you want your cam on, leave your cam on. If you don't, turn it off. You'll get a choice to put an avatar. Okay, Lee. Yeah, turn your camera off. Leave your mic on because we're going to be talking. So, who wants to come back? Let me know. And I'm going to send the link in for everyone to grab it. And then I'm going to end the live then. So everyone's in. So it's all private. Missed you about the 12 minutes. That time stuff it's a blur to me. I hope that's coming. Her parents can do it. Can they? Can they do that for him to be made accountable? Is that what you mean? Yeah, so let me know who wants to come up to have a gab. Mind you, who was it? Who was it? Says she'd love to tell a story. I forget names, terrible. Who was it? Oh my God, what is wrong? Was it Gemma? I think it was Gemma. What's Gemma's surname? Yeah, Lisa, what's her surname? Was it Butler or something like that? Thanks, MJD. Okay, so I've asked everyone if you want to stay behind after the live. It looks like no one does, but I'm just checking. This is the last call. Does anyone want to come backstage? And then I'll end the live and it'll just be us talking. Let me know. Lisa, I think it's a Gemma Butler. I think that was the name. I think it was Gemma that said it. But she's not back in, is she? I don't know whether she said she's got to go grocery shopping. I better go do some stuff. Lisa, I've done nothing for days. Okay, love. No, we didn't say the breaking for the day. It just went off because she got hysterical. If it was going off, you'd have them news people on here now talking.
Session, please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Council Sidebar, please.
So they're not coming back, did they say they? Where did they go to talk to the judge? Does anyone hear that properly? I didn't. After this, I'm going up to get a shower and to get on that bed and watch. I know I've been on this all day, but I want to go and watch something to go to sleep. I need to catch up with all my little YouTubes that I follow. You going to wash your mum's quilt? Oh, you should have done that this morning. Got it out. Going to be roasting tomorrow anyway. So are you in the UK then? She's definitely going to need some anxiety meds. Yeah. Oh, God. Alexa, turn the lights on. I just realised I'm trying to crochet and it's dead dark. No wonder my eyes are killing me. Still got my little Jessie looking at me from the photo canvas. I love her with all my heart. My best mate in the world. Yeah, so again they come in and go off. It's like they do it to tantalise you. I thought that she said that, Possum. They were going to stop it for the day. I thought that's what I heard her say. That's why I said, did anyone hear that properly? Because I didn't. She's still being held in a sanitarium. I bet it's kind of wonky in the courtroom, emotional. Oh, I bet. See the way her sisters went over to her? Oh, imagine her mum and dad hearing that, guys. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God. I wonder if she remembers everything she did. So it said, I don't know whether you heard that they were taken, she was behind them when she done it. Well, I was thinking totally the opposite, and it must have been really bad with it being elastic, you know, the kind of grip that you'd have to get on that to go around and round. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All set.
Yes, I am still under oath.
I've never seen that go before.
All right, jury.
Did you just say the jury's coming in? Oh, look at her dad. Ah. Oh, guys. Filling up.
Court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up. What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay, and if you could, is that working for you? I can need to see that. There we go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically, it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes,
Yes.
eyelids. You tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I flipped open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. Oh, I'm sorry, one photo after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death? What do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen to our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed, so you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head, and so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood, and that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
Okay. And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is, first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen, and in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
It's obvious what she means. No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. So the force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it's sidebar.
Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible. And so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained. Hold on. Sustained. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die?
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame. And so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166. What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear, horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion
of the left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
It's N and O for identification.
All right. Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then the, excuse me, that certificate of Cora Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
And the that certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. And nothing further, thank you.
Is there anything?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
All right. Good. Go to the notebook. Place them on your chairs, please. This way, please.
Jurors, if I could call this court in session.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie.